What's up? In case you're wondering, I got a bit of a little yeah, trying to get this capture card to work. It's been having a little trouble, so I'm trying to see if I can go in there and troubleshoot it. Hopefully I can get it to work. Whoa, excuse me. Dang, that's from that food and drink I had this near this noon time. Don't worry, I'll get your question in a moment. Let me just let me just get this thing to work. I don't know if I can play some. I'm gonna pull up the BRB screen. I'll be right back. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Problem solved. So I'll take note of what I just did to fix it. So if it ever happens again, I already know what to do now. So before I get back to that question you were asking, but let me see what you currently said, but also nothing worse than not getting many blessings of the chosen. Oh, especially the key ones, my goodness. Honkai, and you're playing Honkai Star Rail, right? Because you said chosen. Or are you playing SU Honkai Star Rail? Something? So I'm gonna let the little play some music in the background, and then so we can sit down and chat for a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Doing SU the New World with my go-to path of propagation. Yeah, that's the new path. That's the propagation. I believe is the one under those bugs, right? From the swarm disaster thing, with neither blessing that generates spores. Not getting many blessings on that path. Oh wow, that sucks. Yep. Okay. Cool. All right. I just want to make sure I understood your question earlier. So I just want to understand your motive. I don't think you're asking that question earlier about the count. I don't know if you were asking that because you were thinking of streaming, but were you asking that just out of curiosity, as just to keep in mind? Or I mean, I've been around so many streams, not just me, but everybody. Vast majority of people who run streams have a starting soon screen. They'll have a countdown with it. Somebody call it, like, maybe they might call it a loading. You might even call it a starting loading screen. But they'll have a countdown. So were you just curious about the starting soon screens? I mean, because, hey, you would have asked this even if it was another streamer doing it. Because the vast majority of streamers have it, and so do I. So I'm just curious. Why were you asking? Were you just asking out of curiosity, or just wondering myself? Because depending on what you say, I might give like a different kind of answer. So, because I don't know if you're just, because some people might ask that question and be like, oh, I want to know how to start streaming, but I want to create a screen like that. I want to know why we have those type of screens. So, just wondering. It seems redundant. Redundant in terms of like it's just constant. Because he says it seems redundant, so it seems like it's a constant thing. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a starting soon screen with a countdown. There's no problem with that. I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, even Pudge007, he has like a starting loading screen. He might have a countdown, he might not, but it'll have music in the background. So I'm just trying to understand when you say redundant, what do you mean? Okay, so you don't see the point. Gotcha. Okay. And I'm already keeping in mind that this is from a perspective of someone who's not running a stream and someone who's like, you're going by streams and you see a lot of these things. It's like, why do you guys have these screens? Now, I don't know what they would say. Like, if you were to ask Pudge007 that, I don't know what he might say, but he might have an even different answer. Same thing with some of them who's been professionally streaming for years and have those type of screens. So they might give you different answers. But here's my answer. First of all, no, I don't think there's anything wrong with starting soon screens, especially if it has a countdown. I've been in one where it was like one time there was a streamer who was a speed runner. It's been a while. I want to go say hi to him now. He's been on Twitch for a long time. I want to go say hi and see how he's been doing. Really amazing guy. I love how he explains his speed runs, and he has a count. The purpose that I've come to conclude for myself, and for me using my own starting soon screen, is so that way, number one, I'll try to say like maybe like 2 or 3 points. First in point, I tend to want to add it as an entertainment value, as an additional entertainment value for people coming in. Especially if I'm still maybe like if I set up, but then like maybe there's something else I need to set up and I'm about to start soon. So I need to have something to give people time, some entertainment for some time while I get something accomplished right before the stream gets to the intermission screen or whatnot. The second thing is I see it as like for myself when I've been using it, because I like listening to music sometimes. That's me. I like to start it with a music and countdown because I like to use those music that I like to hear. And so sometimes I like to play a little music at the starting point while waiting. And then it also gives any person that comes in time to just, set right in before it starts. And I've witnessed that myself. This was way before you even came into the stream. Before you even came to my streams. I did have some way it wasn't a starting soon screen, but I had some way to create some like loading type experience before I started. And people were settled right in. For the most part. I only did like a few times, and then eventually I created my starting soon screen. Anything else why I do it? It's also, there's a emergency, safety, and technological purpose for it. So when, let's say something happens, I'm starting soon. I feel like I set up everything, I'm good, so I'm waiting until it ends. But something happens with my laptop, with my microphone, or something technological happens while I'm waiting. I'm gonna have to address it real fast. So I have to try to get to that as quick as possible. It doesn't happen all the time, but when it does, I have to go to it real fast. But if I don't do it real fast, and I have to let people know, hey man, I just had some little technical difficulty for a moment with trying to get this game screen to show up on the OBS. I might have to do a BRB. Let me just try to change something, and if not, I'll switch to the BRB screen. Like literally what just happened. So, to me, I see it as one, it's just a nice added entertainment value that I like to experience and want to share with others, and then also have an opportunity for me to make sure everything is completely set right before the countdown goes off. And I am able to set it where it doesn't have to automatically switch to the next screen after the countdown's over. If the countdown's over, I can leave it on the starting soon screen in case I need to, before I manually switch. It's like, oh wait, hold on, I forgot to turn on something. So I see it as also like one of those emergency backups in case, a way to cover for any emergency backups that need to be done right away. But that's just me. As for everybody else, you have to ask them. But I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't think it's a problem. I think it's a really cool idea, and I've embedded in my streams. I like it. And as the streamer myself, I get to have creative ways to entertain people. And I can do it with or without a starting soon screen, but I choose to add a starting soon screen because I want to. Not because I have to. It might even not even have to have a countdown. It could be there's a loading screen, but I choose to have a countdown. Now, I could extend the length of the countdown Or I could, let's say, oh, what if I started the screen maybe 5 minutes before the stream officially starts. Now, sometimes I've done it that way and sometimes I haven't. Most times I haven't. I might do it that way. But at least from what I've observed with others, most of it is like yeah, I guess you could say it lets the people know you're there and not absent. Exactly. Because the stream, because once it gets closer to the time, and that's one thing you also got to look at it. It's the way you look at it. I know you haven't streamed before, so maybe it's like something you've never really come to understand, which I can get. But if you mostly it's to definitely inform people like, hey, my stream is going to be starting soon. Here's a countdown. We're about to begin. And it's just a fun idea to apply. So it's like, it's just a fun way for people to want to start their stream. Sometimes people like to do like little animation stuff, previewing what they're about to do. There's so many creative things you could do with a starting soon screen. Like I was thinking of doing making like an animated alteration to my starting soon screen actually. So that's something I'll be working on down the road. But right now I'm just kind of just getting myself in like just a few other stuff done first before I decide to do that. And then I have to think about, well, what software I'm going to use to do that. If not animated, then like what would, if it's going to be a still image, then what am I going to create? So yeah. But yeah, it lets people know that you're there. You're not absent, you're there. So when the timer reaches, you start it. They see the starting screen. Okay, they're going to be starting in 5 minutes. All right. They play some nice music for you. They have maybe like a little animation or a little something going on, a preview, whatever they have. Which I do like. I do like seeing that a lot. And that's just my taste. So, yeah. And then when the countdown's over, I've been in streams where like when the countdown's over sometimes where maybe it's not an automatic transition, or maybe it's a manual transition where they wait and maybe they start talking and they say, hey guys, just a minute, let me just make this adjustment. There we go. Okay, I'm going to switch in 3, 2, 1, bingo. Yeah. Just to let people know you're there. And then vice versa, all the other stuff I said. Yeah. Yeah. It's not there for nothing. It's not there for nothing. Yeah, there are reasons why we tend to have starting soon screens. I still gotta get a USB-C. It's called a USB-C. USB-C. What's the term? Hub, where you can. It could be a USB-A or USB-C hub. But what it is, it's like a collection of USB slots. So that way, if I get something like that, I can then add my camera to it, because my laptop, of course, only has a few slots. And I have a wired mouse, thanks to the problems and issues I was having with my wireless mouse, because it just couldn't connect at all. I just had to stick to the wired version. Well, I hope that answers your question. I mean, there's just so much. There could be so much to be said about different screens. Like, I've been in live streams for years, and you got your starting soon screen, you got your intermission, which if I switch, it's usually this screen. My bad. And then you got your like game screen, like this, which can also serve as like a screen if you want to share something from the internet. And then of course you have a screen for rating, and then right back screens, loading screens, and then you can even have like sponsorship screens. And then of course your end point. Thanks for watching. Your wave goodbye, your goodbye screen. So many types of screens. Okay. Change. Yeah, we're friends with Clive as allies. Oh. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, but thanks for asking. It was a nice question. But that's why I asked, like, why you were asking it, because I just wanted to see where your mind was on it, to then kind of give like the best answer possible to what you were thinking of. Yeah. Plus I see starting soon screens actually have been a really good setup for me, in case, especially when I start streaming, because I want to make sure people are aware that I'm here. Anyway, so.
Why would anyone want to do that?
But it's also it's also dependent on me to start it right as soon as the stream starts. Otherwise, if I don't, it kind of feels awkward. So I have to make sure that I start right close to the time. Of course, I can start like a few minutes before the time, and then have the starting soon screen run, and then then you start right at the time point. That requires me to time it. But I don't have to do it that way. Well, some people just start it right right at the time the stream begins. Anyway, on a lack livid, a Queen and Goblins 3, but he not did the Goblins their Queen, so full of wrath. Oh, okay. They begged to return. Edita. Interesting. That's her.
Done it, Sid. I have learned all the letters, every one.
Ah, well, yeah, good for you. There's a lot of letters, I'm sure.
It was a good idea to have editors study
Probably a
alongside the
ton,
children.
man.
It's really stoked their competitive spirit.
How's the volume? Can you hear my voice above the game? Let me know if there's any imbalance where the game exceeds my voice, or my voice over exceeds the gameplay, but you can still hear the gameplay a bit. So my voice should exceed the yeah. So is there good balance in my volume here? Yeah, it's been a while, man. That Titan fight was just so epic. I loved it. Yeah, okay, cool. So I can change my outfit. They said the Aerith Stone can allow me to do it. But right now I'm gonna... So I'm level 38. These are all the stuff I have equipped. I need some high potions. Looks like the only thing I have is Blackthorn. Ah, we got some new stuff around. Yeah, the Aerith Stone. That's where they said. Okay. So let me first check out the other stuff. Too bad there's no button. Don't worry, I'll talk to you in a moment, Blacksmith. You'll be soon. Okay, there's nothing new over there. There's nothing new up here. Yeah. Just that stuff. The Wall of Memories. Dude, it's been so long since I played this. Gosh, man.
Is it business or pleasure?
So about Hugo Kupka.
It's a relief.
Feels like we can breathe again. No more living in fear.
Thank you, Clive.
I know I don't say it often, but I mean it. Oh, and best of luck too. For many here, every other worldly woe paled in comparison to the threat of Hugo Kupka. Now he's gone, we'll finally have time to devote to everyday gripes and grumbles. And as the captain of this little ship, I'm sure you'll be on the receiving end of more than a few.
Going purse weighing you down.
Okay.
It'd better all be here.
But yeah, earlier I was fighting Yanqing and I froze him a few times with the Remembrance Blessing. That gives a 2% base chance of freeze when dealing damage. Yeah, that thing you were mentioning earlier. So it was Yanqing you froze. That I know me, you know me. If it was me, I'd be like, yeah, get a taste of your own medicine.
You'll not find a better price than
Your own freezing medicine, bro. Knowing him, he would have like the frost resistance, but yep, you got to freeze him. Nice. I'm sure you probably got a good laughs out of that. I'm telling that it was telling that you did that laugh emoji. I would be laughing too. It's like, ha! I know I used him to freeze enemies a lot when I used his burst and everything, but now it's funny you freeze him. It's like, it's like have a taste of your own medicine, bro. Okay, so yeah, you got these. That one is still in question. So this is where the appearance thing comes in. Use appearance option the Writ Stone to change the outward appearance of Clive or his party members. The appearance of Clive's weapon can also be charged to that of any previously obtained weapon while maintaining the current weapon's stats. Yeah, which is what you which is what you said. Because he has freeze resistance and yet you froze him. That's the funny part about that. And he got freeze resistance. All right. So the appearance can also be changed that of previously obtained weapon while maintaining the current weapon stats. Oh, so you could change the appearance of his weapon. You can, okay, his armor. You could do all that if you want to. Nice. I'm gonna have her looking like that. Ooh, something like that. Look at that. Bruh, I'm changing that, man, for real. I mean, all these weapons look nice. I think for me, it's like, yeah, that's the weapon I tend to want to keep the weapon as the one I got. I don't tend to want. I probably might not change the appearance of the weapon. I just want the true weapon to look as it is the one that I equipped. So I'm not gonna change it. But I am changing my appearance, dude. Burnt crisp. Yeah, my right arm there, bruh. Okay. Might have been thanks to Welt, since I believe mine has a bunch of effect hit chance. That may have been it. So if you got a bunch of that definitely helped it out. But dang. With a low chance. Alright, so I'm going to change this. This is the current one. Okay. So, knowing where I am in the story, I could presume that obviously I'm going to be dealing with the Empire. And I know they have Bahamut, which is Dion.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Krieger's Teats. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy though. And I'll need help. Get Gavin Otto in here, will you?
All right.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape.
I know I heard what he said, Blackthorn said, but I was like, wait, Grigger's
Something that
what?
won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about. Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Valcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand coat in the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, and we can get this over with.
Alright, I guess I'm letting off steam, is what how he puts it. Gather necessary materials, speak with Blackthorn.
You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these two lucky souls is going with you?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh, it's not like it's the most important decision you've ever had to make.
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good in a fight, but he don't have my winning personality.
Don't listen to him. You'll be in the lowest of low company with either of us.
Well, I mean, I don't know about Otto. I haven't brought Otto, but I know I brought Gav. I feel like I want to bring Gav, but before I do that, let's see. So just got enough cemetery. Okay, that's just part of it. Okay. Let me save. It's kind of sad the things that the Clive had to endure and go through up to this point. The enslavement, having to be forced to fight as a marker under the Empire, and then now look at where he is. Eventually we're going to be fighting the Empire. But there's one thing I do note that I could say is, hey, there's Torgal. Looking good as ever. That I could say is that You enslave someone, you beat down someone, you tear down someone, you think you can control them, but the moment they break free, that means you. The moment you break free, what do you think they're going to do? There's going to be, quote-unquote, hell to pay. That's the term, you know. They're going to come after you because of the way you treat them and everything.
You going after the Stardust?
Some might just move away and just flee and
One
not
of
do
these
anything.
two lucky
But
souls is going with you.
if they're constantly surrounded by terrible deeds behind the very same kingdom that has enslaved them and marked them and everything, you ain't gonna sit by. You gonna do something about it. You see it in all moves in media, man. Yeah. So how do you mistreat people? Let's see. Too much. And you do things like that and it comes right back at you. Do I want Otto with me this time? I mean, I've had... Oh, who do I want to have? Gav's really cool, and he's a good scout, though. I don't think I've had... I mean, I've had Otto with me on 1 or 2 occasions in the past, but it was like, I don't know if it was like escort type missions or something. I mean, it doesn't really matter, but I saved it just to see. I might see what happens. Like, what if I brought Otto versus Gav, or what I brought Gav? I don't know. I feel like I want to bring Gav. I like the dude, man. But then I hope he doesn't die. But then if I bring Otto, who would? Well, I mean, maybe to you, Haseo, it probably doesn't matter. I was gonna be like, well, who would you bring? But maybe you might just be anybody. Maybe Otto or Gav. It probably doesn't matter. I'll just curious who you would bring. But I think I'm gonna bring. I want to bring Gav.
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find this Stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Dalamil. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
You see, that's why I
All
picked
right.
him.
I'll meet you by the river.
I saved anyway, so.
I'll pick up the rest of this stuff from Blackthorn's supply. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting them fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
Okay.
In your own time.
And then, like, I could see what it would be like if I brought Otto.
Sounds like this river we're looking for is south of the Dalamil Inn. I'll hire us a wagon and meet you there.
Cool.
I'll get us a good price. Is that what you want to worry about?
Excuse me. Mute myself. Okay. See what new goods you got, bro. Oh, there's only this.
Good bloody riddance.
Huh. Yeah, right. It's like, thank God, man, you've been dealt with, man. If there was ever a man who deserved a rusty knife in the gut, it was that. Yeah, he says it's that prick. Not that I'd let you carry around a rusty knife. His death won't bring back the people we lost, but it will ease a few hearts.
We're included.
Thank you. Yeah, so many lives were lost
What'd
when
you
they
want?
attacked the headquarters last time. Sheesh. Yeah, no, these are other enhancements, but let's enhance this one.
Not bad, if I do say so myself.
Yep.
Should last you a good while. You can thank me later.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, the photo event. Did it? I just want to make sure because I know I was playing some Genshin some time ago.
Don't waste my
but-
time. You ain't got the stuff.
Yeah, I'm missing the diamond sword. Oh, I might have already got this thing. The diamond sword thing. I have to check. But, yeah, there's this.
Not my best work, but it'll do.
Yeah, did I add a diamond sword? I don't remember if I got one. Because it would add more to the attack and then the stagger. Probably not.
That it? Fine.
Yeah, so hold on. Let me see your first message. By the way, I sent you my leftover things for the photo event in Genshin since I got all my rewards. Yes, that's the photo event that that was on for like a couple of days. I think it was like either last week or two. Is that still going on or did that end? Because I know I played a bit of it, but I'm not sure if I completed all of it. All it was is you had to like scan a few types of enemies each day depending on the chosen goal. So like one day was like what, flying enemies, and another was like, I think certain elemental enemies or something. It was something like that. But I don't recall if the event ended or not. Alright. Wait for the river in the south of the Velcroy. Okay.
We're seeing troops amassing in every ward.
Yeah, I still got all these enemies I gotta face. Okay, cool. So now I just gotta go and finish it. Yeah, so I already know already about the event where you gotta scam specific things, so yeah, I already know. It's just need to go ahead and finish it.
I know what you're going to tell me. Thank you, Clive. Thank you.
Here for another of my lectures. What is it that you wish to learn? Study it well, Clive.
we completely destroyed that crystal, so that's no longer around. We still have this one here, and the one that the Empire has taken over, Drake's Tail. So you have Drake's Tail and Drake's spine.
Thus ends today's lesson.
Woohoo! Right in the elevator. Not the modern type elevator, but the wooden type. The old historical type. I don't know what to say about it.
This better be the lot.
It's like, okay there. Now what's over here? Ah, okay, there's a little quest there. I'm gonna check out this over here.
Good day to you, Sid.
Ah, Clive. Your timing is exquisite, as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village.
Oh?
Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises.
Really?
My people fear that they are being watched. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous. Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Of course.
Some secret noises.
You might begin by
Well,
speaking
some
with the good
secret,
citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales.
Persons
and
or
make
what
you
or
will of them.
creatures or whatnot doing
All right.
whatever they're doing.
I will.
Let's see.
Right. Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I'd better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
Yeah, so much there's no button to run, you just have to walk and then he automatically runs.
You alright, Sid?
Unless there's a button I didn't not aware
There is
of.
actually. Can I ask you something? Quentin tells me people have mentioned shadowy figures out in the woods. Have you noticed anything unusual?
Oh, that. No, sorry, can't help you. I heard the rumours, mind, from the lads working over at the vineyard, but none of them has seen anything either.
All right. Thanks anyway.
All right.
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worth.
I see. It's like this lady over here.
Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it, screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me, and I ain't been back since.
I see. I'll look into it.
Sound like a
Thank you.
someone sharpening a sword.
I was in Lorbert's Pass when I heard it. Sounded like someone ready to slit my
Seems Lorbert's Pass is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate? You there?
Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape.
They're like, oh, they start cussing as soon as they
Here.
they get spotted.
What the hell are you doing here?
What is it to you? Not that we give a damn. All that matters to us is that you don't leave here alive.
Too slow.
Ooh, getting my controls and stuff back. Ah, it's good to be back. Nice.
Nice try.
Oh, getting my controls back. Ain't left. Come on. Yeah, that was tight. Ain't no hit. Gotcha. I didn't have to use that, but I wanted to. Well, it was good to be back on my controls.
Why were they here? Are they planning an attack on Lost Wing? I need to warn Quentin.
That was funny. They were like, they were like, bleep! Oh, crap, they found us. Oh, man. They literally tried. Man, you guys suck. You thought you could hide from Clive? You ain't hiding from Clive and Torgal, man. You guys suck. They took him out. I was thinking maybe like it would be a bandit or some tough bandits or something, but no, it'd be Empire soldiers. The black guard, the ones with the black armor.
Clive, how goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone
Yeah,
now.
black shields.
Black Shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds, though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for.
Yep.
And it would appear the pack has finally caught the scent of its prey. Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
I'm sorry. You're going to need to explain. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
Him?
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lostwing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth. I was a member of the...
Just wanted to check something. You know, Hideaway's Mythro engine-powered flagship, designed by the father and daughter team of Sidolphus and Mididol Telemon. The ship is currently under construction in Hidden Cove on the outskirts of Canver. Can't wait we get it.
Judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it. And fight it I did in my own small way. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade.
He hunted bearers for sport.
Ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral.
Are you kidding me? Oh my
God. He had my entire family slaughtered. And he faced no punishment whatsoever.
That's terrible,
I lost
man.
everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position, the faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts.
Wow, that's terrible.
So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him. And slit their throats myself.
Vengeance.
But the man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection. And so I saw that I would need an army of my own. I came here to Lostwing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts.
Wow.
Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Our wounds are the same. And our cause is the same. We are comrades. And our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard. What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
Why do you think those Black Shields are hiding there?
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first. My friends and comrades, it begins. Make ready for war.
Once the Chief Justice's mask was moved and he discovered it, saw what he was doing behind the scenes, charged against him, but he went after his family, tried to remove his position, his livelihood. But here's the thing. If you take away so much stuff from a person and the person is still alive afterwards, don't be surprised when he turns to you and says the following: well, looks like I have nothing to lose, because then you know what he's going to do. And this is what's going to happen. So, yeah. They bite back. Put them too much in the corner, they're going to bite you real hard. So, that's terrible, man.
I'm not going to change his mind.
You hear the music too, bro. The music gives an ominous feel to it too, man. Like just hearing the just listening to the music just gives like a very ominous feeling to this. I mean, I've already played this game enough to know that there's so much ominous and sad, so much dark stuff that goes on. Very ominous. It just changed the whole setting.
That his lordship's vultures should be found circling the village can mean only one thing: that he means to strike at us before we can strike at him. There is no time to lose. The final stage of our plan must be put into motion.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
And then just look at... I like when they... you know, I'm going to say something I think is... I want to learn how to make music for games. Ever since I heard that Honkai Star Rail boss fight music, Haseo, where you fought Cocolia in her iced form, ever since I heard that lyrical song, the way it started off and then the lyrics came in when she got her second phase active, that inspired me to consider like going for like some video game music production and design. As much as I want to design games and then learn to program, learn to code, I really find myself that I could also take advantage of learning to design music for games along the way. That means there's like 3 or 4 areas that I can also engage in game development. Is art, learning to create concept art and things for characters, create characters and stuff like that. Maybe even level designs. Learning to design a game as a whole, the development design process. Coding. Learning a little bit of the programming coding that goes behind game design. And then, of course, finally, music. Like, these are things I'm really considering about.
The reckoning is nigh.
Like, think just how serious this is. And to me, I mean, we all have our different tastes. There might be some songs that we like more than others from games. But I have a few favorites. But I definitely love those that give like a very deep tone to it. I think this is one example of such. Because I like how it changes the theme of it.
But now is not the time for shilly-shallying. We've planned long and hard for this.
Now, honestly, I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes up and think like, oh, they're all going to survive. I mean, we've been around. I played this game long enough. We've been around this point where we've seen like so many dead bearers and citizens, and because Empire soldiers visited that place and all that. Armies now making it like, that's why when I get the feeling when I hear this music, I think, there are 2 things that possibly are going to happen. One, many people on our side over here is probably going to die. And number 2, even if some of the other sides die, but who's to say that the guy running here might die, and then, and vice versa. Or die trying to face the official justice by sword. Dying by the sword, so to speak. So right now I can't really do any. Right now there's not really anything I can do at the moment with them other than just seeing what people are saying. But yeah, man, very the music gives me a vibe of the vibe I get from this music is just ominous, very ominous. Yeah, everybody's like in the village. It's like it's so dark sounding. So right now, I think that's about it for now. There's a shop there.
Things would have been different at the mother.
And what can I do for you? And a fine, fine day to you. Welcome, welcome. I do like a customer who knows what he wants. And a fine, fine day to you.
Keep them pilgers nice and chilled. Won't have you spoiling another catch.
Yeah, it's like how you see all the crystals are gone, except for these two right here. Yeah, they're the only two left. Unless there's like maybe later on if there's a hidden crystal somewhere in some other area, but no, these are the only two. But anyway. Use your loath. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, with vengeance as deep as this, seeing all the wrongs, the ills, it's hard to forgive. An enemy or someone that does the things that they do, and it's like things like atrocities like these.
No one to man the shop. Gone, just like that.
It's not like anyone can just let it go.
What's the matter?
Especially when it's constant.
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short one pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
I'll see what I can do. Do you know where he might have gone?
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Yeah, just doing some of these side missions and get some extra gold and other things. Okay. So they're way over here. So let's travel here to the jaw and then just go right up from there. Ah, you must be one of those enemies. Heh. The 9 of Knives.
My blade yet hungers, and so do I. Come. Let us feast on your flesh.
Your feasting days are over.
Whoa.
Nice try.
Come on. Come on now. Is that all you got? Ah. Sorry, I meant to go. Gotcha. Come on, come on. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Those who kill for sport deserve no better.
Yeah, look at that body. All them bodies, man. Man. 9 of knives. You're dead. You dead, bruh. Just killing people, just traveling, man. Murderous piece of garbage. Alright. Well, he's tossed the trash out. He's dead. That is somewhere over here. Is that you? Yep. Ah, where we had that big fight, man.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? Certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the mother crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Well, I kind of look at the first and the second one. I mean, the third one would be like, oh, just focus on your work. But, I mean, he's holding on to it so much. Why don't you just be, I would say you want to express openly about what your concerns are, what your, you know. And then I would also say, remember the good, I would want to say both of these. Let me do the first one.
Perhaps you could express yourself in your work. If you miss the fang, maybe you could recapture it somehow.
Recapture it? I'm a baker, not a... You know, you might just be right. What a fool I've been! I have to get back to the bakery right away. Thank you. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, like, think
You've
about it.
opened my eyes.
Like, I mean, you're not a minor anymore. He's like, wait.
Suppose he won't be needing an escort then.
Yeah, because I was going to escort him. But it's like, you miss it. But think of it, I'll be like, but yeah, think about, like, what was it you missed about being in that mine with that crystal, you know? And there are two different jobs, so of course he ain't gonna be obviously like, oh yeah, you could tie them together. But the key thing is you're working with materials at the end of the day, whether it's food or it's crystals. So it's about thinking about like how you're working with this stuff.
There you are. The man who lit a fire under my wayward apprentice.
Well, how's he
Though
doing?
I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my oven.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say it is.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself. Her steepled peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True.
There we go.
My loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her crater? Why, no Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt!
Wow, so it kind of gets you creative
I
with
have
it.
found my purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something.
Oh, now it's just the taste part.
Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight.
But he got
With any
inspiration,
luck,
though.
I might even have a new delicacy on my hands.
Hopefully it
I don't
tastes
know how you
good,
did
though.
it, but you have my thanks.
Yeah. I'm actually glad I told him that. I mean, I could have told him to remember the old days. Maybe that could have also driven him, too. Because it's like, you know, you may be doing something different than what you were before, but you can really think
Now,
back to...
Dusan, I know you're keen, but do you have to use the good salt? Leave some for the rest of us.
Sorry, Master. I'll go and get some more later.
But at least now he's got inspiration again, so I'm glad I helped him out with that. Once you go flat, never go back. Don't let the bread go flat. Well, at least I'm glad I got his inspiration back. The way I look at it, it's like
Fine gift for your beloved.
he got to at least find a unique way to design the bread, but do it in such a way that kind of brings back to the fame, Drake's fame.
I hear you've been busy.
How about the Drake's fame?
That was your doing, was it not?
Rumors of the Fang's destruction have already reached the long ears of the Desert Hare, and they will soon be on the lips of every man, woman, and child in Dalamil. Though I doubt they will receive the news quite so cheerfully as I did. This town owed much of its prosperity and protection to the Fang, and many will feel that now it has left us, so too must
As
they.
for me,
I know what it is to live without crystals, without wealth. It was not an easy life, but I survived it. And Dalamil has plenty of blessings even without the Mother Crystal. Its healing waters, its proud people. What need have we for magic? It is but a convenience, a crutch. If the people need a new crutch to lean on, perhaps they ought to look to one another. Yeah, perhaps they ought to look to one another. Nice.
Stay safe out there. Says Drake's Fang has fallen. Does that mean the furnace is going to stop working?
maybe. Shut your trap and get that
make a master smith of myself someday. And hopefully, make myself useful to Master Lubor someday sooner.
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Gav? Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can. Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of the stuff lying about, just begging to be bagged.
Then let's get bagging, shall we?
We shall. Race ya.
All right.
Bet you 100 gil I'll find more.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
Yeah, got one more.
That should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
Those enemies was behind me, but I had to jump down.
How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
Oh, you win. That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat?
Foreign government scrambling to withdraw their troops from the ill-starred siege of the crystalline dominion that they might be redeployed to quell the unfolding chaos. It's okay. Having lost both Drake's Fang and the mighty Titan, the political situation in Dhalmekia has deteriorated drastically. The government scrambling to withdraw their troops from the ill-starred siege of the crystalline dominion, they might be redeployed to quell the unfolding chaos at home. Yeah. Beloved Titan
Feels
and
like
leader is
ages
gone.
since we had the chance to talk.
Now they're gonna
You know,
fall.
man to
Now
man
they're
like.
falling apart.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time, working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other. You can take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you.
Yeah, no problem, good old Gav.
Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
Mm-hmm. Good work today, Gav.
Right. Ready to go home, boy? Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs.
We're seeing troops amassing at every port.
Nectar's Adventures. Did I ever tell you about the time I toured the Northern Territories?
I trust you wrapped up warm.
Did no such thing, Kupo. We Moogles don't feel the cold. Thanks to our exceptionally fluffy fur. Humans are the only full animals up there who feel the need to stress up on the furs of those flooded. Okay. That's why I need to end up cut short. My tour shirt. Short. Valley of Arrows. I make a much better hero than I do. A hat, Kupo. Yeah, that's cute. Yep, the Nine of Knives. But thirsty brigand. Yep, so Nine of Knives has been defeated.
Help you today, Clive? Kruka.
I thought that bastard's death would change things.
Close my eyes.
I can still hear Jara's voice as he whispers for us to run, as he calls out to the soldiers to distract them. His words saved us, and I'll never forget that. It's just like he said, words are immortal, and he lives on in me. They changed my life, and I've wanted to thank him ever
Only
since.
I don't know how.
I don't know the right
I
words
wish you were here.
to teach them to me. Aw.
Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Well, there's still more here. Okay. Yeah, some question marks on these ones here.
Sorry, but you're not quite there yet. You've already got that one.
Clive! Quick look. Always something in there.
And what can I do for you? Go on then. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here.
Alright, Clive. I gave all that stardust to Blackthorn just like I promised.
I got everything Blackthorn asked for. How'd it go over in Dallimore?
Blackthorn, got everything you need?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often. You'll be sneaking around on your Todd all the time.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It will take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Suppose we'd better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
Yeah, sometimes I might have a noisy background, so you know I might mute my mic for the moment or turn it down a bit. So just a heads up, in case I do. Sometimes I might even do it during cinematics and cutscenes.
I went up to give some breeze to the chocobo.
Mid hasn't been
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in. Why are we letting on what's...
come up with something soon.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn's started work on the plating.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name? Right.
Okay.
Talk to her back there. You know, thingy.
Yeah.
She'll tell you exactly.
Oh,
Sure thing.
Sid,
Here we go.
Is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why, if sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Park.
BRB and back. BRB and back again. BRB. I just wanted to be before I turned to like a little song.
It's near Lostwing. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
Okay. So we better get going then.
Think Mid might need some help.
Ain't so bad stretching your legs once in a while. Should do it more often.
Seeing troops amassing and everything.
How good it is to see you, Clive. I have said it many times.
Hugo Kupka was a murderer, but he was also a thief. A thief who robbed us of our happiness, of our hope. And though I know it is wrong to revel in the death of another, we could take solace in the fact that he will never steal anything from us ever again.
His story is ended.
Thank you, Clive.
Were you aware...
that in many cities, bearers are forbidden from having children? This belief that the Aether used to bring a child into the world hastens the crystal's curse, lessening the mother's productivity. Such is the world we live in. Fortunately, Tet and Crow's parents were able to escape that world, if only for a few brief summers.
What of the twins themselves?
Born in the hideaway, one touched by magic, the other spared its burden. Their minds are blissfully untainted by the poisonous rhetoric of priests and politicians. They will grow up knowing there is no difference between man and bearer, and they will pass the truth on to their own children, and they to theirs, until the world we live in now is but a footnote in the annals of history.
Yes, change will come.
And through a magic which requires no crystal to conjure, one that will endure long after the last mother crystal has fallen. Yep, that's for sure.
I have compiled some new entries, if you would like to see them. You wish to study the tomes?
Suddenly drawn to the destruction of the heart of Drake's head, Ultima emerged from a tear in reality wearing the skin of Typhon, a withered and wizened colossus, and drew Clive into a space between worlds, wherein the ethereal entity might test his worth as a vessel. That was the point. And the being known as Ultima gives to Clive, it appears to be synonymous with mythos, the name by which Ultima addresses Clive. It appears to be his title for the vessel for limitless power that he means to make of the young Lord Marquis. But to what end he requires such a thing, only Ultima knows. An otherworldly being that Clive encountered in the inner sanctum of Drake's head, he addressed Clive as Mythos before attempting to merge their consciousness. However, Clive was able to summon the will to resist the creature, before Joshua returned from the dead to imprison it in a cage of flame that he sealed away in his own heart. Which, of course, he's pretty much is killing him or so, and because he's constantly coughing up blood and everything, and yeah, pretty much dying basically, or just almost damn near losing his life. Yep, Joshua Rossfield, ain't that something? Yeah, he somehow survived. What do you think of the Phoenix, rise from the ashes? But after that fight, it's like he disappeared. So it's like, where did he go? Yeah, that thing. The ever-shifting mass of living flame that rose from the fiery pools of Drake's breath in what appeared to be response to an unwarranted trespass into the Mother Crystal's inner sanctum. Possessed with both the swiftness and temper of an untamed wildfire, the creature rained fury down upon the intruders, wielding the molten lifeblood of sacred Mount Drostanus, like it were but fistfuls of mud. Okay. Rising from a brutal and unforgiving sea, known the Iron Blood tongue as Bind Ladla. It was once a province of Rosaria, but eventually fell to the Crusaders, who consider it both a gateway to the continent of Storm and, more importantly, the wellspring of their faith. Another crystal known as the Drake's Breath. You have the Iron Kingdom. Yeah, you have this guy here. Yeah, I know. We took care of. Well, he took care of this guy. Yeah, obviously this guy was twisted and definitely twisted and corrupted in his beliefs. His beliefs were pretty much kind of in line or almost in line with in sync with those that want to like kill bearers for sport, hunt them for sport, and take their lives because they're not quote unquote human. Which they are human, they just happen to have certain powers derived from such aether, crystallines, and all that kind of whatever terms you want to toss. Gosh.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
Yeah, do unto others as they would do unto you, but those people that are treating bearers so terribly are going to do evil unto them. Ain't no surprise that's returning back to them like tenfold. We're the ones doing it.
It's good to have you back. I was worried.
Because of what the terrible things they're doing to them, to bearers. Clive, who wasn't a bearer to begin with, but was made into one. Now, it's kind of interesting, though. Because he didn't have the mark on him, so it sounds like, I mean, I don't know if you say like in the form of like a tattoo type of thing, but it's put on them. So it looks like they could be put on people. So the thing I'm trying to clear up is like in terms of, because I remember learning about the bearers. I might go back into the tomes and read it, but as I recall, Clive, he didn't have a bearer mark until the Empire put it on him. So that lets me know that for these bearers, it was put on them. But I can't say for certain about those like born. Maybe there are those that might have been born with something that then people decided you must be a bearer, so we're going to put this mark on you. It can even be a kid. At least that's how I interpret it. Yeah, we're coming back here, man.
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
Come on.
Fully armored.
You deserve a rest.
Oh, there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back.
The pieces we need are in the ruins, just over there, as is a terrifying monster.
You got it. Well, let's deal with this monster.
Anybody home?
Ah.
This must be our unwanted visitor.
It's a one-eyed flyer. Gotcha. Oh. Keep my distance.
Nice try.
Come on. Come on now.
Farewell.
Good riddance. Okay. I don't like that guy. But then I dealt with it the first time, so it's the second time I deal with it. I'll deal with another one of those things.
The things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
Yeah, of course.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
Alright, mission accomplished. Yeah, letting off steam, part 2. That's done. The Eye of the Warrior, huh? Another accessory.
Your work is done, Sid. We'll take care of the rest. Let Mid know she'll have her helm very soon, would you?
You got it. Okay. Alright, let's just get up on out of here. Lovely day I'm out. Lovely day I'm having over here, huh? A little sunny outside and everything. But I let the sun in for a little bit. Okay, so we are heading back. All this back and forth stuff going on. I know we're trying to get materials up to design the airship. I'm looking forward to seeing the Highwind once again in the Final Fantasy VII games. I know Rebirth is happening next year. We saw an image, so it might be possible. We're having the oh, there we go.
Drake's phone is gone.
We're might be, depending on what they decide when they're gonna do it. Either in Rebirth or in the next installment, the airship, the Highwind, will be available.
We're seeing troops in
Which means I'm looking forward to meeting Sid and Vincent, having Yuffie as part of our group, Kate Sif. I already seen a little playthrough with him.
Come to claim your just desserts?
Yep. Many claim they wish to change the world. Few actually take it upon themselves to do so. Mm-hmm. You are an inspiration to us all. You got it. Thank you so much.
You earned this.
Appreciate that.
All done?
Much appreciated. Okay.
I think Mid might need some help.
What's up, Mid?
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prison for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him? See what he makes of it?
Right away.
been going round in circles trying to find something sturdy enough to withstand the fire of the engines, but light enough not to sink the ship. Should have bothered old Tone sooner. If anyone knows something I don't...
Well, you got a time to visit good old Tomes. This is way over there. Okay. Ugh. Dude, man, well, I guess while I'm playing, might as well have a little chat. Dude, I made this really delicious. Dude, it was so delicious. It was a salmon recipe I was experimenting with. I was looking up like different kinds of ways to make salmon, and you know, besides the basic, oh, you cook it up, add salt and pepper, do all that kind of stuff. And it was more like a honey glazed style type sauce recipe, where you cook the salmon, but you also make this honey. It's like a mix of honey, soy sauce, mixture of some kind, and you add it to the salmon. You cook it along with some lemon rounds or wedges and stuff, and you put the sauce. You cook it with it, and then, dude, the taste. My goodness, I say the taste is a 5 out of 5. It was so good, man. It's a keeper. So I just had it was such a delicious dinner I made that it was like, I just couldn't believe it once I tasted it.
Take a look at this.
I was like, wow, this was so good. Okay, excuse me. So later on, I can always make it again. I have the ingredients, and so. But yeah, it was good. I was glad I was glad to try the recipe out, man. It was such a good dinner. Just had 2 salmon fillets and this honey mixture, and then it was like, oh my gosh. What a way to help add a little more taste to salmon. That was crazy. That was insane. Anyway, so given the thermal shielding designs. Like it just blew me away.
Shielding for a mithril engine. Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelisk complains that without a constant supply of pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragonfire.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection it requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obelisk might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our 2 friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Hippocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company, too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames. We could have done with some of that on Drustinus.
I doubt I would have survived that place with or without it. A trip to Northreach, though, I think either of us could handle.
So, Clive, who will accompany you? Take your time. It doesn't do to rush such things. So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Well, I actually would like to bring Tarja with this one for this time. I know I brought Jill Survey. I'm going to give Tarja a chance.
All right. So, what are we fetching?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
Garlic? Conch shells? Are you sure this is the right list? Looks like the ingredients for someone's supper.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited, effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Well, isn't that convenient? I was hoping to be able to make a trip over that way sometime soon. Need to speak to an old acquaintance. I'll meet you there.
All right. Stay safe.
See you later, Clive.
Good luck with your research.
Okay. So we gotta make for Northreach markets. Alright, let's get up on out of here.
Harpocrates and I'll look after things here. You head over to Northreach.
Oh, I'm never drinking.
I hope so. We don't just continue drinking.
Welcome home, Sid. Didn't know you had that.
This had better be the lot.
Where's Talia?
And she's right over
Bilge
here.
it nice and chilled.
Need to stock up on
I'll have you
these.
spoiling another catch.
There you are, Talia.
Ah, and there you are. We shouldn't have any problems finding what we need in a place like this.
But if time is of the essence, perhaps we should split up. Take a few items each.
All right. What should I look for?
Let's see now. Why don't you take the garlic and the pepio nuts? Meet me by the gate when you've got them. Don't tell me you've forgotten what you're looking for already. Garlic and...
Buy, sell, or be gone. And... Good riddance.
There's talk that the glass gate...
How the hell is anyone supposed to afford that?
You haven't much, but you're free to look. I hope it's to your liking.
Hey, you're more kind than that other dude.
Good day.
That should do it. Hopefully Ty is finished too.
That other dude, like, didn't want to sell a dang thing, man.
You'll not
Probably to, like, I think you said that to me before when I had the bearer mark on me.
Well, did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Garlic and pepio nuts. Job done. We should get this back to Tomes then. He'll be waiting.
Something on your mind there?
Boss, we're not in too much of a rush, are we? Quick chat?
Sure.
Do you know, I think this is the very first time we've been out on an errand together.
I believe so.
I think you might be right.
In all the years since you and that scowl of yours first appeared, you haven't invited me out once. For shame.
Well, it seemed long overdue. And you did say you had some shopping to do.
I was hoping to restock my supplies of herbs and liniment, yes. You and Jill alone burned through them like wildfire. No luck, though. My usual supplier's not here, and I refuse to pay the prices these gougers charge.
I'll ask Karen when we get back. What is it?
Oh, just memories. I came here with Sid once, shopping for supplies, just like today. And just like today...
I gotta mute myself.
I came away empty-handed. Sid even said he'd speak to Karen for me when we got back. Has it really been 5 years? I remember it as if it was yesterday. Hold on. Does that mean it's been 5 years since we met? Feels a lot longer.
It does. In a good way, of course. Thank you, Taya.
For what?
For everything. I just want you to know that all you've done for us, all you still do, it's appreciated.
Do you think I'd stick around if I thought it wasn't? But in the spirit of sharing and caring, you're appreciated too, by all of us. Well, I think we've tarried long enough. I ought to get these ingredients back to Tomes so he can make up this concoction of his. I'll meet you back at the hideaway, all right?
All right. And thanks again
I heard you the first time.
I wonder how Hippocrates is getting on with the moon dew.
Ah, better late than never. We're ready to begin whenever you are.
Welcome home. He had a successful trip.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Hippocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Tarja how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course.
Oh, and Clive. It was good to talk. We should do it again sometime.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Hippocrates. Well, I'd better go and give Mid the good news then.
All right, heading our way over to Mid, and hopefully that should be the last errand run we got for this part of the case. I can see that you had it where you got to interrupt.
I just started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
It's like they had us had a little little interaction with some of the characters there for a second. Of course, you have to choose which one you want to go with. I chose Tarja because I don't think I've ever had an errand with her before, so so that was nice little dialogue.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. A coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
Alright, to the Black Hammer. Let's go. Alright.
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way.
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
And doing lots of building. Says sometime later. Oh, look at this. The technology designed to propel the hideaways fire. The flagship is going to be Star Trek reference. The Enterprise. Yeah, we got a Star Trek term here that's being tossed around. We have the Enterprise. Across the sea at heretofore inconceivable speeds, it is not fueled by magic but by mithril, a hard inert substance refined from dead land soil, inert that is, unless burned to blistering temperatures, whence it releases all the energy stored within, for which reason cooling is required in the form of a 3-piece thermal displacement stack. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Enterprise. Blackthorn, okay. So the outlaw, where he keeps the news and his allies well. Though he is usually sullen and secretive toward his knowledge, he is happy to share with Goats, who has long been eager to learn the art of smithing. Gotcha. And my cat wandering around, going around the desk and everything. Be careful, Miss Jinx. I don't want you, there you go. See, there you go. Now she's settled. So that would be the thermal thing.
It's finished! It's finally finished!
Thank fuck for that. I've been feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone.
Yeah, you filmed that after working that for a while.
I'm sorry.
You got 3 more.
The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
Oh my goodness.
You don't mean...
Yep.
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
Oh, you deserve a break, bro. All that elbow grease. Sheesh. And then, so that's only one of them, so you just need 3 more.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming.
I better close the window. Sun is in my now reaching
Thinking
my
about
face.
the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown, searching for a land untouched by the blight, just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want it to be that. I don't want it to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the end I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans, I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
All right, bathroom break. You said a fluffy puffy tail. What's happening? You notice that was there a character in the game they got or like an animal got like a fluffy puffy tail? that was like out of nowhere. It's like, yeah, I'm back from the break and I saw that. Yeah, so what is about a increased strength tonic duration by the strength tonic, okay. About a fluffy puffy tail. Oh, that was an achievement for which game? Honkai Star Rail? You still playing that, or are you playing Genshin right now? Which game?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
All right, Clive. Asterix. We'd finished sending half the hideaway.
So you got an achievement in HSR that is titled Fluffy Puffy Tail. How did you get that achievement, I wonder?
Anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? In those words?
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
She's got to visit her old man's place.
The Enterprise will have 4 mithril engines, each needing its own displacement stack. So just 3 more like this, and we'll be finished.
Is that the thing Tomes helped to build? Yeah. He said it was some sort of chimney stack.
Must be quite a fireplace.
Oh, okay. Man, so then now, if that's the case, that's just the reference to Hua's tail.
Hugo Kupka's dead, isn't he?
Oh, yes.
We don't have to live in fear of him anymore.
Obolus, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Oh, boy.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry at all, are you? Oh, I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post-bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obolus.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle?
Ooh, so Uncle sent a letter. My dear boy, my journey to Conver has been a resounding success. The friend I just want to change my voice. The friend I mentioned not only agreed to share the contents of his strongbox with us, but his considerable knowledge of the goings-on in the free cities, by which I learned of the endeavors of a certain young friend of yours. Though I for one believe Miss Telemon's project to be quite the valiant enterprise, I doubt the Cadverian authorities will take kindly to the unauthorized use of their dockyards, no matter how deserted. And if rumor has already reached my friend, it may not be long before the guildmasters are rapping at our door. They're rapping, they're spitting lyrics at the door. Which is why I pen you this note. I would like to borrow your man Gav for a moon or two, that he might keep a watch on those who might mean our little fellowship ill and warn us of any impending attack. I trust that you will give the proposal your full consideration. Your loving uncle. I don't pronounce his name there. I'd probably look at it. I can see what the name says. But it's in the cursive.
Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
Oh boy. Don't want anything to happen to her. Please protect that child.
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now.
Wow.
But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Gotta admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in and all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're
Yeah,
right.
she just up and left. And
Anyway,
it's
we
over
all set to
there.
head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it?
Ain't that something, man?
Not after he asked for me personally.
That's crazy.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
So this is his grave. A hidden refuge, but right here, Sid and his daughter's family of freed bearers from across the winds made their home. That is until the fledgling utopia was brought crashing down after its location was discovered by Hugo Kupka, dominant of Titan in the year 873. In but a single night, the hideaway was destroyed, fewer than half managing to escape the slaughter visited upon them by Kupka and his men. Sad. Huh. There's a hammer here.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. That if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Kupka is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
May we join you?
Ah, one of them,
Lady
those
Karen.
just arrived.
What a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies.
Every one of them knew Sid, man. Yeah.
It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The blight marches on. And soon, there will be no escaping sights like these. So our mission remains unchanged. We cannot stop until every Mother Crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might
It was
like
like,
to
what,
disguise
me?
yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot.
You really loving that.
There's a caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad. Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Yeah, he really is excited. He's like, let's go.
Already
Grab her
on my
finger.
way, Captain.
Be careful.
Aren't I always?
Well, I hope nothing terrible happens to him. I mean, hey, I wouldn't be surprised if something does. And it's
You
like,
see
rest in
that,
peace,
Sid?
another friend.
Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
He cracked the crystal too.
Okay, this is from August. Bloody August. Cheers for your help dragging Blackthorn out of the dumps the other day. Thing is, I reckon he's gone and thrown himself back in, judging by the droop of his jaws lately. So I'm thinking maybe it weren't just the leather that was on his mind. Maybe there's other demons jabbing their pitchforks into his privates. The way he just made that statement. I wouldn't want to. I'd be like, can I hold myself down and not get that's like that nah man. I'd be like, gotta go to the medic after that. Sheesh Louise. That way, I mean, you think about it, I gotta go to the hospital, be like, sir, something just been pitchforking at my private and I'm bleeding. I was like, oh my goodness. It's just funny the way he said that. Oh my gosh. What's up, kitty? My cat over here. Getting my attention. You want some rubs, biscuits? There you go. You get you some rubs. Okay. I know you're a busy bloke, but next time you find yourself free, maybe we could go and ask the old bastard what's got him so hot and bothered. Assuming it ain't just the forge. Okay, before I do that, let me take a look at this. Charon. He says, Clive, something ain't right with that hound of yours. When it pleases your lordship, come pay me a visit at the toilet. Okay. Something about Torgal, huh? Off the record. Galt. I was thumbing through the hardaway ledgers at Otto's behest and might have come across something that might need your attention. Maybe, and by that I mean immediately, you know where I'll be.
Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
I would think so. It's a payback. Let me go ahead and activate the other ones too.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
Blacksmith's Blues number 2. We already helped with him with the first instance. And that was that one armor piece or thing. We had to fight the... I think you had to fight the eagle for that one, I think. That one eagle-looking thing. Yeah. Bad feeling. I think that's what that was for. I think so. I'm not sure.
What could be wrong with Torgal? He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
Crystal too.
Yeah, what's up with my doggy?
I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgal?
So you can read. Congratulations. But I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at him. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rulez. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps. And what can I do for you? I don't claim to know much about frost wolves, but I expect Tomes does. Claim to, that is. Ta-ra then.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, that you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with a bone. Still, you've got a keen eye, I'll give him that. He's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me, the edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realized he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you?
No. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about this sword.
Back, are ya? You ever wonder where the hell Karen finds all these treasures of hers? That blade. I've never seen anything like it in all my years as a blacksmith. The edge on that thing. Fuck me. Good seeing ya.
You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. To work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh. And he's a touch eccentric. If you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. Try not to get yourself killed, eh?
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Clive, did you get my letter?
That's why I'm here.
Shh. I don't want to be listening.
Is this better?
A little. Listen, I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders, and it's maybe my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. 0, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Bit late for that, I'd say.
There you are! What a surprise!
Ha!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. In the hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Each. 5 million each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and, well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
Those ledgers were my responsibility, and it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're gonna make this work.
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure there will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, arses to wipe, and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then.
Don't worry. I'm sure Karen will understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No, I don't.
No. Well, I think the killing would be the most ear beating you're ever gonna get in your life. What's this bloody hit? Like, yeah. I mean, you're ready to probably get a scream in your face and everything, bro. You'd have to deal with it.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? I'm sorry to drag you into this, Master Clive. It's just I couldn't think who else to ask, and you're always so willing to help everyone. You watch yourself out there, all right?
Uh-huh. Well, here, let me check the Allen's reports.
How are you doing? Quick look. Always something in there.
Goat means well, but when he ain't overseen, things can get overlooked. 15 million of them in this case. Sorry.
There's one here called Weird Science. Okay.
Here for another of my lectures. Allow me to educate you.
One must understand one's place in the world. I have the details here. Very good.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Really? That's a ship.
Well. Here, Sid. Reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother, if you've a mind to.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bung in a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. Alright. Why not?
Proper job!
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the chief. Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
If you wouldn't mind. I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flame ain't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
Alright. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And a good hunting, eh?
Okay, so let's see which quest I want to do first.
I've tried to find a supplier for this stuff, but it's rare as chocobos.
I have dinner, BRB.
Either
Okay.
someone brings down a bomb king and picks up the ash, or I don't know. You wait for one to snuff it of old age.
Think Mid might need some help.
Okay. Okay. I am for a Bomb King Kupo. If so, I have a billet that might interest you. Ooh, Bomb King. Heh, you haven't had the crown on this end. Versprecher, aiming for the Imperial chase, took a wrong turn to a nearby wood within which she discovered the ruins of a fallen airship. And within them, a beast akin to a great ball of fire that chased her screaming from the grove. The soldier later identified the creature in an almanac of echoes, but was firm in her insistence that the bomb she saw was near 10 times the size of the one depicted therein. Very huge. Okay. This is located in Sandbreck.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
That's a ship. Let's sail it round the lake.
And back. And back again. What's up, bro? You're back again and back. Okay, let's just head over here. I got so many side quests activated.
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgal. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
We need to find a way into Drake's tail. And we will. Together, this time.
Welcome home, Sid. Didn't know you had that many teeth.
Off to the Dominion now, are you? Don't you ever sit still?
Yeah, there's not much I can do except just take the main quest route for now until the probably till I complete it maybe, and then all the other places will open up.
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks to Talia.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torgal helped too. Didn't you, boy?
People take notice of wealthy men. Shouldn't be too hard to track down Karen's collector.
They're saying Drake's fang is gone. The whole mother crystal gone.
Back again, are you? Any more trouble and you'll be barred for life, however deep your friend's pockets might be.
Tremor. Here. You. Listen. I've got this theory. The Fallen. I don't think they all fell. Some of them are still living among us. You could be one of them. I could be one of them.
Welcome. If you're hoping for a bed, I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. One of our wealthy patrons has purchased the use of every room, hoping to keep out the riffraff, as he puts it.
My reputation will be ruined! Ruined!
Calm yourself, Lord Ignac, I beg of you, before you do yourself a mischief.
Pardon the intrusion, but...
Out! Get out!
I paid for these rooms so I wouldn't be disturbed. Leave me be!
Please, allow me to apologize. His lordship is going through a difficult time, and he's never been fond of guests arriving unannounced.
Radim! Get rid of the filthy oaf this instant!
Very good, Lord Ignac. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment?
I'm sorry if I've caused you any trouble.
That? Oh, no. That's just how his lordship is. Though the morning's events have left him somewhat fractious. He has been dispossessed of his luggage, you see. The thieves also made away with a considerable amount of coin. Coin the innkeeper will soon be keen to collect.
I don't suppose a certain blade was among the stolen items. A single-edged sword. It was purchased from a merchant friend of mine.
Ah, you know Lady Karen. Yes, I'm afraid it was.
Then I'll retrieve Lord Ignac's luggage. But I have one condition.
You have but to state it. You are welcome to anything that is within my power to grant.
I want an audience with Lord Ignac. A few minutes should be enough. Then I'll be on my way.
A condition I would be a fool to refuse. Of course, you shall have your audience.
I don't suppose you saw where the thieves went.
I did not, no. Though some discreet inquiries made on his lordship's behalf mean that I know where you might find them. The bandit's bed. Every... ill-gotten coin in Dalamil is said to pass through that disreputable corner of the Valcroy.
And that's where I'm heading.
I shall speak to Lord Ignac in your absence, and arrange for an audience upon your triumphant return.
That will be very kind of you.
Farewell, and best of luck. It's a wonder the Republic tolerates the existence of the bandit's bed. You would have thought a few dozen good men might put an end to the problem. Then again, what commander would want to march his troop into the Valcroy?
Okay, so now the others. Oh, but I guess I just had to go here, and then there you go. Okay, well that makes it easier. I can just travel over there. Yeah, I just want to get most of these side quests over with and done. So I got a little bit more time I want to spend playing this, so I figured why not, you know?
Run like the wind.
Okay, so we're all running over. Huh, there's not a lot of people over here. No, you don't. Well, actually, none. You don't see anybody. Yeah, that place is completely covered with the sand. Okay, so we're just gonna head straight over there.
straight home now.
Faster!
Oh, look at here.
We've got company! Come on, lads, let's tear the bastard's head off!
Come on now. Let's try it, bruh. My bad.
That's better.
Gotcha.
This must be Ignac's luggage. Nothing seems to be damaged. All right. Let's get it back to Delamel.
I got his materials.
I hear I have you to thank for the return of my effects. What shall I call you, my good man?
Wyvern. Glad to make your acquaintance.
A formidable name indeed. Well, Wyvern, I appear to be in your debt. Radim here tells me you wished for an audience. Is that all?
A few moments of your time should suffice, yes.
You're a peculiar fellow, Wyvern. All right, speak.
Master Wyvern was wondering if you could tell him about a certain single-edged sword you recently acquired.
Oh, a true work of art, that one. Karen drove me hard on the price, but I would have sold her Radim here to get my hands on that sword. It was made in the Outer Isles, far beyond the Twins. and is used exclusively by the practitioners of a unique school of swordsmanship. They believe no combat should ever exceed a single strike, and hone their blades to such perfection that none ever does. Each sword is made for that one perfect stroke, and for that stroke only. They crack upon a second blow. There's a brutal sort of beauty to it, really.
But how do they hone such an edge?
Fine question. Why, they use a whetstone, of course. Whetstones, rather. A whole array of them, ranging from the coarse to the fine. 10,000 licks with the sharpening stone, then 10,000 more. But it is the final stone which lends the blade its legendary sharpness. A mineral quite foreign to this great realm of ours. And that is the key. The secret ingredient. Wyvern, it occurs to me that my little lecture is hardly equal to services rendered. Take this, together with my regards. The very stone of which I spoke, far rarer among collectors than even the blade itself, and a far more fitting payment.
Thank you.
Pardon
Awesome.
the
Thanks for that.
intrusion, my lordship. However, it is long past time we prepared ourselves to depart.
So it is. I am locked in bitter competition with a rival collector of curiosities. I am one step ahead of the unscrupulous scoundrel, but he is hard at my heels.
Are there many other collectors out there?
Too many to count, but only one do I consider my nemesis. Lord Byron Rosfield.
Lord Byron
And
Rosfield.
is a perennial thorn in my side.
I can imagine.
Farewell, Wyvern. May our paths cross again. Radim, we mustn't dawdle.
Byron Rosfield. Rivals and curiosities.
I think his lordship is rather taken with you, Master Wyvern. Thank you again for your assistance. Coming, my lordship. I'll be right
Oh,
there.
at least we didn't reveal him our actual, like, name. Oh, Cries Rosfield. At least we didn't reveal that. He got his new phone. The wallpaper's sweet and HSR. Nice.
Now, let's see what Blackthorn makes of this whetstone, shall we? Sorry for the wait, but hopefully you'll agree it was worth it.
You learned something about that sword, then?
I did better than that.
A whetstone?
Yes, but not one you'll find anywhere in Valisthea.
No wonder I couldn't get the same finish on the grinding wheel. One hit and all done, eh? Might not be so bad if all you ever fought were duels. Good luck on the battlefield. Your second opponent would be your last, no matter how good you were.
Even so, is there some way it could be used to give the curse breakers an edge?
I think so, yeah. With this whetstone and the right kind of steel, I could probably even make a twin of the blade that rattled me. But there'd be no replacing this little rock once I worn it down to a sliver. I reckon we get a dozen swords from it, if that. Swords that the curse breakers wouldn't know how to wield properly, and that would see them through a single fire piece. Nah, no point trying to copy that thing. Be about as much use as a wax anvil. But finishing our blades with a whetstone this fine, now that's something to consider. And what's finer than fallen masonry, eh? Or more hard-wearing for that matter. Just imagine it. Good Valisthian steel with an edge as sharp as any found in the Outer Isles. I won't make a copy now. I'll make something much better.
I'm sure the curse breakers will be delighted. Just don't push yourself too hard.
Don't you worry about me, sunshine. I've been working day and night since I was half your age, and I'll still be here when you're long gone. Hey, thanks, Clive. I mean it. I owe you one. August too. It's good to know someone's looking out for me.
He'll be happy to hear you said that.
And I'll see that my debt to you's paid. First new blade I make's got your name on it. You come and find me when you've got the materials.
All right. I will.
Oh hey, Excalibur. Nice.
Clive. So, will it be? Anything else?
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? Quick look. Seen enough?
Welcome home, Sid. Didn't know you had that many.
Clive, we weren't expecting you.
I wasn't expecting to be here, but it seems we still owe you a considerable amount of coin for your help with our rebuilding efforts. And though I doubt it's what you were expecting, we were hoping you'd take this as payment.
A star, Ruby? I can't accept this. It's worth at least twice what you owe me. More if you can find yourself the right buyer.
Think of the difference as interest.
Interest? If word got out I charged that much, no one would ever borrow from me again. Anyway, why are you the one here asking me about this? I'd have expected Otto. Bit much sending the Lord Marquis out to settle your debts, isn't it? The old goat working himself to death again?
Something like that. Most days I think he's the only reason the hideaway's still standing.
Same as always, eh? Back when the place was nothing but a twinkle in the eye of a recently retired Lord Commander, word is he was the first one Sid reached out to. Probably knew that without his strong arm and level head, the idea would never get off the ground. Sid may have been the face of the hideaway, but Otto's always been the backbone. And when Sid passed away, we were all worried that would be the end of it. That Otto would just give up.
His death was hard on everyone. But it must have hit Otto hardest of all.
But he didn't give up, did he? Quite the opposite, in fact. If I recall, he was the one who nominated you as Sid's replacement, and rallied the rest around you. I reckon what he saw in Sid, he saw in you too. And don't we all? Doesn't hurt that you're half as stubborn and twice as handsome, neither. That, and you keep good company.
I suppose I do.
Okay, so, excuse me. Alright, so heading out. Doing some fights.
Naught but wild beasts this end. All their twisted talons and gruesome maws used to turn my stomach. But that was before I heard about the Black Shields.
Tell me about it. The terrible things the Black Shields were doing, man. Very terrible. Okay.
Yeah.
No mistakes.
I ain't got time for you. I'm heading over here.
Well, it's certainly quiet. If I were a giant antelope, it would seem like just the place. I doubt we'll find one bigger than that. You hungry, Torgal?
Ah, there you go.
Now, will it be enough, I wonder? I say that answers my question, which means we owe the lawsman our thanks. You're just a big puppy, aren't you? A very big puppy. You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
There was no real antelopes that were ever harmed in this mission. Or in this game. Trust me. There's no real antelopes or real creatures that have ever been harmed in this game. It's all fiction. Okay. Ah, okay.
There's talk that the glass can...
Citizens are free to come and go as they please. Checkpoint's open to all.
Did you hear? The gates to Heaven Hall in the area were breached by someone. Or something.
I want to see you again tonight. But the captain's late with our pay.
It's all right. I'll be waiting.
Time was there were great coin sacks swinging from every belt in town. Not anymore. Since the capital moved, they're all shriveled to the size of peas.
Milady.
Isabel.
I come bearing gifts.
Gifts? Whatever is the occasion. Oh my. Clive, you really have outdone yourself.
Otto asked me to give it to you. To settle the hideaway's debt with the Veil. And to compensate you for the time it took us to do so.
You disappoint me, Clive. I thought you might finally be warming to me. Tell Otto he can keep his baubles. I tried to tell him as much the first time around. The man owes me no...
Invite all gateway to the seat of the Empire to a forgotten country backwater in a matter of moons, and with the lands around it. And with the fall of Drake's head, the Aether was soon leached from the lands around it, leaving the fields fallow and the once thriving environs barren and lifeless.
Nothing.
We're completely deserted and dead.
My contribution to the restoration effort was made freely and willingly. It was the least I could do.
You once told me Sid did you a kindness. I'd like to do the same. Please, accept it. For my sake. And for Otto's. For all of us. For all you've done.
It is rather fetching, isn't it? Very well. Otto is lucky to have you, Clive. I doubt anything could ever replace his son. But you and the others at the hideaway are the closest thing he has to family.
Otto had a son.
Long ago, yes. Sid told me Otto lost him when he was just a boy.
Oh, wow.
And blamed himself
That's
for not
sad.
being able to stop it. I don't know how it happened, whether there was anything he could have done. But it was clear that it weighed heavily on him.
I didn't know.
How could you have? I doubt anyone did. Besides Sid, I've never met a man more keen to bear his sorrows in stoic silence. An ill habit, given that both have always been surrounded by friends desperate to help them.
I'm beginning to see that. Goebel wants to know the stones were delivered. If he's still with us.
Give my regards to Otto, and tell him I do so miss his visits.
What am I going to do without sweet water and oil of talc?
Still no caravan from the Dominion's parfumeries yet, then?
Seeing as business is scarce these days, the Dame decided we should all learn to read. I only wish she had some smaller books. My arms ache something fierce.
Okay.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Ned told me she was building a ship.
Alright, here you go.
Goat. Still alive, I see. So Lady Karen accepted the ruby.
Ah, about that. I tried my best, but she was just too stubborn to take it. She threw it right back in my face, in fact, and told me I could stick my stupid stone where the sun don't shine.
Karen refused payment.
I hope it wasn't something I said.
I'm sure you were as tactful as ever. Let me see what I can do.
Oh, wonderful. I hope you have better luck than I did.
In case you've forgotten, Twinside's under siege. So don't be surprised if they're picky about who they let in.
Lady Karen, Goad tells me you weren't happy with our offer. Would you prefer the debt was repaid in coin?
What debt? I don't recall lending any of you lot me hard-earned gil. I may have tossed a talent or two in the Hideaway's coffers, but those were donations, and you can hardly call it charity if you go asking for it back.
Of course not. But one good turn deserves another. And our circumstances have changed. Surely you wouldn't shun the gratitude of a pauper who happened to have become a prince.
Oh, so you're a prince now, are you? Fine. But I'm selling it and taking what I'm owed, then you're getting the rest whether you like it or not. Where'd you even get this? A decent trader might nab 1,000 talents for a star ruby. A canny one, meanwhile, might claim it were nicked from the belt of Sid the Outlaw himself and ask twice as much. Might be I already have a buyer in mind. Might be you even know her. A fine continental maid whose beauty's only eclipsed by a guile in commerce. You wouldn't mind, would you?
Not at all. Just be sure to tell her that it's always a pleasure doing business.
I hear you ended up delivering all 3 stones. Thanks to this lump. I sometimes wonder what I pay you for.
Speaking of which, I still haven't been paid last month's wages.
Oh, so you remember what's owed to you then? Get your ass behind that disc of yours and don't get up before those ledgers are square.
Right away.
I've seen that before.
You have, yeah. Plenty of times. It was the only goblet Sid ever used. Either out of habit, or because the filthy sod couldn't be bothered to find a clean one.
I knew so little about him.
Like most people.
Martha and the Dame both seem to have fond memories of him.
Huh. I bet they do.
How long did you know Sid before he...
Before he died. 20 summers, give or take. Back in the day, I was a purser on a trade ship, which is where I met him. He bought passage to... I forget where. But having nothing better to do on the long nights, we sat up drinking island rum till the morning bell dragged me back to my duties. Quit my post not long after that. On account of making a fine maiden's belly fat. But me and Sid stayed close, promising we'd one day sail the seas again. That was before fate stepped in and said she was having none of it. The magic woke inside my son soon after his first name day, and there was no hiding his knack.
Couldn't you and your family have...
My family were the ones who summoned the constable, wanted the monster taken away.
Oh, wow.
I couldn't
That's
turn my
messed
back
up.
on him. Forget what I felt, and I couldn't for the life of me understand how they could. Luckily, Sid was of the same mind as me. It was him who stood beside me when all I wanted was to tear the whole world down. Him who cried for me when I had no tears left of my own. Him who swore he'd do everything he could to stop it from happening again. And he was true to his word, too. Left the Royal Army once and for all. His ranks, his ribbons, gone. Just like that. Threw away everything he had. All to right a wrong that no one else had the courage to face. I knew then I'd follow that man to the ends of the earth. was always too clever for his own good, was Sid. Saw the world for what it really was, while the rest of us were content to go along with the lie we were shown. And it can't have been easy, bearing that burden alone. But he didn't let it stop him. He never lost faith in what he believed was right. And that gave us faith in him. Faith he'd steer us true. So I swore to myself that I'd always be right behind him, ready to catch the stubborn sod, if ever he should fall. But I couldn't even do that. Ignore me. Just the ramblings of a tired old man. Leave that lot. I'll tidy it up in a bit.
This is Sid's handwriting. Dear Otto.
I may be drunk, but I wanted you to know this place would be fucked without you. Love you, you grumpy old sod.
This note.
What about it?
Sid was right. Without you, we'd all be lost.
He should have bloody well said so then. Just once. Before he went. But then, why would he? Him, or anyone? I'd only have told him to piss off. You're wrong, though. Both of you. It was never just me keeping the hideaway afloat. It was all of us. I just shoved people in the right direction. I barely seem to be able to do that anymore.
Would you rather goat were at the helm?
Well, maybe I've got a few more years left in me.
I'm going to hold you to that, Otto.
Before you go, Sid would have wanted you to have this.
But
this'll do me just fine. Thanks for the ray of sunshine. I'll see if I can't pay you back.
Already have.
Yeah, good job and good well, Otto. Work here's done. Kind of got a little emotional close for me when I saw that written letter. The you drunk old sod. Have it said that. Wait, I won't have it said that I'm a poor host. Huh. Good old Sid. Saw your message. Is Mihoyo throwing hands through King for King Chu? Pronounce her name. King Chu. They say have her throwing hands. So what does she do?
told me she was building a ship.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere. Take him for a walk, did you?
You could say that.
So, Molly's leftovers weren't good enough, eh? That'll teach me for treating you like you're still a pup. All right, no need to shout. Now we know what you're after, I can see about getting some in.
Speaking of which, I brought one for later. Can I leave it with you?
You can, eh? I'm nice like that. In return, you can thank Tomes for me. The bloody know-it-all.
I was just on my way to see him.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. I don't know many fleshers who deal in cuts that size. Well, that doesn't mean I don't know some. Ta-ra, then.
He cracked the crystal too.
Miraculously undamaged in the attack on the old hideaway. Otto held onto the featureless clay cup to remind him of his lost friend before giving it to Clive, knowing that Sid would have wanted the proud bearer of his legacy to have it. Nice. Parroting every toxic gaming industry thing. Oh boy. Here comes the reckoning. Is it a certain event or quest in the HSR where you're having this, where this is going on?
Ah, Clive. Were you able to locate your quarry?
We were indeed, Lawsman. You pointed us in exactly the right direction. And Torgal's been a very happy hound ever since.
Very good, very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in
What's
solving
the name of the event?
Ah, but that reminds me. After your last visit, I found myself pondering Torgal's talents. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's transformation?
About how she somehow woke the power within him.
Precisely that. A reasonable conclusion, I thought, but one which raised certain questions in my mind. You see, the Fenrir of legend served Shiva and Shiva alone. And while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply they are somewhat different in nature to those you described Torgal as having used.
What are you suggesting?
Oh, okay, so it's during that whole thing.
Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one Eikon's power. Consider that in addition to Lady Jill, he has served as a loyal companion to you, your brother, and even the late Sid. In short, the Eikons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, have been diverse and plenty, and that number has only grown as the realm's dominance have fallen to your sword. One can but speculate as to how all of this has affected Torgal.
He has seemed more fierce of late.
And if I am not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are fortunate indeed to be able to count him amongst our allies and not our adversaries.
Oh, he's more than an ally. He's a friend.
told me she was building a ship.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Is everything we've received and everything promised? Here you are. All done?
Welcome home, Sid. Didn't know you had that many.
Okay. I'm just trying to... 'cause I know I saw the name of where some of the monsters are. I know it said the Bomb King was somewhere known as the Croc. I didn't see anything with that name. So I have no idea where that is. I wanted a hand of Mimis. Could that be? Maybe it might be something that could open up later, probably. It's my guess. Yeah, because right now I don't see it. But I do know there's the one in Rosaria. Green Thieves. That's where that one enemy, that one monster is. Secret or Secret, what do you call it? Just gotta find where this giant could be located. Could be that one I saw earlier, but I fought that one before, so nope, this is the one. Secret.
Can't let that thing pipe free so close to the end. Time to take the bull by the horns.
Soil and stone! Titan!
Come on, bruh. How you dirty knocker of wood, man? Nice try. All right, he's down.
Locals are sleep easier without him at their gaze.
Yep, say goodbye to that big guy.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Nick told me she was building a ship.
Yeah, alright, let me go ahead and see what letters I got real quick. You buy more of those potions.
And what can I do for you? It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
He cracked the crystal too.
About the other day. Otto, I'll have you know I ain't never shed a tear in front of no one, not even my mother, and you won't soon catch me doing that like again. So if it please your lordship, we can both forget about the whole damn thing. Too late. It's too late. It's already in my memory now, bruh. I remember you that day you shed a tear. The Sid I've seen you, the day I saw you shed a tear, bruh. The Sid I chose to follow all them years ago is gone. There ain't no dragging him back from the depths of whatever hell he's talked his way into. But his legacy that lives on in you and everyone else here at the Hideaway, sure as the sky is blue. At least I think it's still blue. And as long as it is, I'll be right here where you can count on me. All right, Otto? Well, let me hear at least you're doing okay. It's around here. It's where that metal thing is. So one more and I'll go ahead and do see what happens with the main quest.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each
All right, Sid.
We're not alone.
Don't get surrounded.
Make it look easy.
Well, methinks it's over here somewhere. Okay, guess not. Alright, just check up here. Oh, they have like the giant turtle things. There you are. Severi. Okay.
What the hell is this thing doing out in the roads? Too slow.
Oh. Damn it. That's good. I get the timing of his sword swings very off, because they're so delayed. See? I'm like, come on, man. That's not when he shoots. It takes some time. There we go.
There's a good boy. Too slow. Let's try.
Nice. Ah, dang it, that was off. Nice. Dang it. on, there we go. Ah, no, you don't. Ha ha ha. Nice. Okay, I got it. Got some, Electrum. Obtained by defeating Severium. So you have yet to locate its source of naturally occurring. Electrum, the only known samples, come from the remains of fallen automata. This has led some to surmise that the metal is not, in fact, naturally occurring at all, and rather a creation of the lost people.
From the ruins it came. Into ruin
To the
it
ruins, it returns. Nice. Alright. Let's not see that thing again ever again. Alright, that one is gone now. Now I can go ahead and go with the main course. Time to take a break from HSR, huh? Okay, cool. Well, let me save. And then another bathroom break. Okay. Alright, so I'll be muting myself a little bit more during this little bit here. There's a little bit of this playthrough because I got the background. But I will what am I gonna do? Yeah, I'll be going back and forth on that. But I'm going to do a little bit of this main quest here, and then eventually I'll stop in the next several minutes. just want to see how I make some progress here and there. All right.
This used to be a trade route for merchants crossing the Scars, till the Republic laid a new road wide enough to let wagons pass, and all official traffic moved there.
Leaving this one for those living outside the law.
Indeed. I doubt we'll be the only outlaws on the trail today.
So what do you think? Really? It's as bad as that?
Oh, aye. There's trouble up ahead. And too much of it for us to handle.
I take it there's danger on the road.
Oh, what about this fearsome-looking fellow? You think he'd be equal to the task?
Well, no doubt. Assuming he's willing to hear us out. Well met, friend. My brother and I have been tasked with finding a merchant's missing cart. You seen it by any chance?
How does a merchant misplace his cart?
Oh, the man's a coward. When he thought goblins might come a-snarling, he ran, leaving his livelihood abandoned in the pass.
He sent the two of us to fetch it, but it's gone. Now, I'm not much of a thinker, but I know the work of thieves when I see it.
My brother's right on all accounts. And by my estimation, the bastards are lying in wait just down the road.
We may have seen our share of action, true, but we've not got the skill in arms to boldly brave an ambush.
You, however, have the look of a man who needn't fear a band of backwater ruffians. What do you say? Will you help us out? Chances are they'll come for you either way. But if you promise to lend us a hand, at least you'll pocket a reward for your troubles.
Well, if I'm going to have to deal with them anyway.
You've clearly got a fine head on those broad shoulders.
We're lucky you came along. Now, hoping to make a heavy purse in Bocklad, our merchant friend loaded his cart with as much as it would carry. Reckon he won't be forking over the rest of our fee if we don't find those goods. So, while you're seeing to those bandits, you keep your eyes open.
All right. Just don't expect me to drag the cart out of there myself.
No. You can leave the cart to us. You just put an end to those bandits and point us in the right direction. You do that, we'll take care of the rest.
All right.
You'll be doing Bocklad a favor if you can clear out that pass. Why, I dare say they'll give you a hero's welcome.
All right, well, let's see how this
I'm not
goes.
sure I trust those two.
Yeah.
But if there are bandits lying in wait, I should probably take care of them.
We just got to keep an eye out, that's all.
driver, you lot. We've got guests.
These must be our bandits.
Come on, bro. Them faulty swings of yours. Hey, how dare you hit poorly, bro? Doggy. Be silent, bro. Nice try. Laterally so insanely suspicious. Were you talking about those two guys earlier?
That's that dealt with. Now, where's that cart?
I mean, they're because those guys, I mean, just even the conversation, I'm like, man, you guys are just really suspicious. Even the main character here, Clive, is like, yeah, I don't trust these guys, period. But we were going to come over here anyway, so let's just see what happens. Unless you're referring to something else. You're like literally suspicious. Yeah, no, the latter it is. Oh, literally.
Seems we found ourselves the right man for the job, wouldn't you say?
So are you guys also thieves? You're
Found the
also
cart
bandits?
and didn't leave a single bastard breathing. Our merchant friend will be delighted.
Is that true?
And how exactly will he be getting his goods out of here?
Right.
You leave that to us. After all, it'd be wrong to make such a fine warrior haul cabbages to market.
You've done your part. And that's all you need to worry about. Here. It's been a pleasure. Now piss off.
There's no need to be so rude, brother. What if we want his help again next time?
Well, who knows? I might see them again. At least they helped me level. At least they got me to get leveling up. Something tells me I'm probably going to see him again later, maybe.
You've had your reward and you're not getting any more. Now piss off.
Alright. Well, we'll see. If they were telling the truth, then okay. But if they weren't, we'll know when we see it.
When it comes to bridge building.
The fallen ruin should hold at least. The path continues on the other side. This might take a while.
Yeah, I wasn't playing. You think I was playing? I got tired of those guys, so I just wrecked the whole place. Look at that. I love that ground pound, man. It's good AoE impact. It's one of my favorite moves right now.
So this is Embarks.
The land of the gods. It's even more impressive than I imagined. I remember being captivated by the story as a child.
Long, long ago, man was overcome by avarice and challenged the gods in a bid to win their power. The final battle took place here, at these falls. Or so the legend goes. If anyone ever manages to plumb those depths, perhaps we'll learn if there's any truth to the tale.
That the gods emerged victorious and punished man for his defiance by visiting upon him 2 curses.
Dominant.
A vast cavity in the earth located in the steppes of the Forgotten. A desolate coastal region of eastern Dalmatia, despite the fact that for centuries seawater from the Strait of Altha has flowed into the plumbless crater without cease. Excuse me. It shows no sign of filling. The tragic tale that came to be known as the sins of Zemeckis is said to have taken place here. Supposedly, and they said about man there was 2 curses. He's about probably that.
Sin bearers.
Dominance and bearers.
To tell the truth, I always thought it strange that the dominant and their icons were deemed a curse.
Yeah.
Back home, the dominant inherited.
Wouldn't be surprised if that tale is true.
They were admired and exalted, not spurned.
Whenever I got to that part of the story, I always assumed there must be something I'd misunderstood.
You had a lot of storybooks, didn't you? In your room, I mean. When we were young.
The old legends were always my favorites. Epic battles between gods and men. Father encouraged me to read as much as I could. He thought it good for my education.
You really were a boy like any other, weren't you?
Just look at this place. It's enough to make you believe the legends are true.
I know.
We're not far from Boklad. The road will be busier up ahead.
And we'll have to keep our wits about us. Clive? Something wrong?
Nothing. It's nothing.
I see the reports are true, Father. You have surrendered the throne to Olivier.
I have. Emperor Olivier shall rebuild the Holy Empire of Sambrec.
How is he to rule an empire? He is but a boy.
I shall advise him until he comes of age.
Father, please.
Or for as long as I am able. The empire we seek to build needs young blood to rule it, and I can think of none better suited to the task. There is other news, Dion.
So he was convinced to surrender his throne to Olivier, this young boy? Huh. This is after Annabella's machinations saw the Dalmex siege of the Christian Dominion broken and the victory ascribed to the young prince. Sylvester was convinced to surrender his throne to their beloved son, anointing him Emperor Olivier IV of his name. Affairs the Emperor Quarter of Olivier. Until Sylvester was finally convinced to surrender his throne to the young prince, announcing him to be the latest in the long line of earthly incarnations of Gregor. Earthly incarnations of Gregor.
Hugo Kupka is dead, and Drake's Fang destroyed. The pillars of the Republic have fallen. Ere long, the Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. And then, Valisthea. All shall bow before...
Absolutely not. Right, exactly. And you can already tell by Dion's reaction that even if there was an attempt of passing such a statement like this, who's to say there won't be any quote-unquote interferences of some kinds, if you know what I mean. But no way, no how, yeah, it would just go like that, just like that, just that easily. Come on now. There's always going to be some quote-unquote interruptions. So we'll just see what happens since we're heading over here anyway to Sandbrook. I bet we're going to be part of the interference, but I think Dion's going to do something. I suspect his fist was closed. Come on. And who's to say no one else ain't going to do it? Like, something's going to happen. But I just have to see. Okay.
For their emperor.
Father, these are the words of a tyrant.
They are the words of a god. The emperor whom I gladly serve. Great Grieger, made flesh. Return to your camp, Dion, and ready your forces. It is time to show the world the true power of Sanbreque.
Father, I find you much changed. Is this truly the path you wish to tread? Or are these the ambitions of another? Of Ultima, perhaps?
What nonsense is this? I speak my mind, and my mind only. Though I do owe Annabella thanks for reminding me of certain truths regarding the nature of nations, of rulers, and of the divine.
You would trust the words of this traitress? She betrayed her country. She slew her husband.
You have ever been an invaluable servant to Sanbreque, Prince Dion. I trust you will continue to serve your emperor in the wars to come.
The canker! Silence! Insolent wretch! You will bend the knee. All else is heresy.
Sire, forgive me.
This audience is over. Come, your radiance. The Rowena Syndicate awaits your pleasure.
Oh, not another meeting with silly old men. They're so boring. I'm hungry, Father. Can't we have luncheon instead?
Does it pain you that you will not inherit your father's throne?
I have suffered worse.
Count your blessings, Dion. For a base-born child to be chosen by Bahamut is miracle enough. You have risen high on his wings, but you shall rise no higher, lest your impure blood stain the throne.
What do you know of my blood?
The Boklab markets are to the north. We just need to hug the coast.
Share all you want to say about that scene. It just gets me to wonder about Annabella so much. Is it more power she wants? More to it.
Infiltrating the Dominion won't be easy with the Imperials on high alert.
No. His Radiance has lost one capital already. We can be sure Sylvester will do everything in his power to hold on to Twinside. His troops are well trained and increasingly battle-hardened. But it's not as if we can wait for the siege to end.
Got some messages. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Well, yeah. Whoops. That paused. Ah, I hate this.
Nice try.
Are you kidding me? Wait. That's funny. I just beat it and it just went right back here. Ain't that something? Come back here so you don't play that that stupid load back to the same spot game with me. Come on. Get over here.
Nice try.
What? This is terrible. So when it arrives here, it just goes right back to where it was. That's just terrible. I remember that happened with the turtle one time. We went a little further and it went right back to where it was. That is just a terrible way to design that.
Nice try.
Oh yeah, do you still know about my thing at 7? Yeah. That's okay. 7:15. Yeah. Okay.
Too slow.
Nice. Nah, you coming back up here, bro. You ain't going down there. You ain't going way over there. You're staying right here.
Titan! Yeah!
Now you're fisting dealt with. So I'm gonna end somewhere between 6 and 6:30. So I gotta be somewhere at after 7.
They've closed the road to Randalar.
If the siege breaks, they'll need more than this to stop the Imperial legions marching on the capital.
Oh, I'm done for.
If you haven't got a pass, you're not getting through. Please, I'm begging you.
Oh, I can get this chest. The empty shard, all that. So this is Randalar. This will lead to Randalar down there, I guess. Okay. Whoa, that was crazy.
Headed over to the Crystalline Dominion too, are you? There's good gil to be made there. Believe you me. Yeah. The minute I heard them bandits had blown up Drake's Fang, I packed up my store and pulled me boots on. And so did you, eh? I did have a plan to make me fortune with some baths down by the Dalamil Inn. How can anybody sit back and relax in a land that ain't got a whiff of the crystal's blessing no more? And that's when it hit me. If you're looking for lucre, the Dominion's the place to be. Soon enough, half a storm will be headed there. If I can get in first and set up shop, I'll have a licensed mint guild. The guild masters are carnival beggars by the words.
Not much further to Buckland now.
Good. Refugees.
And they're all making for the crystalline dominion.
Because they don't know how to live without the crystal's blessing.
There are no crystals here.
This is where we're supposed to meet Goots, isn't it?
That's right. He said he'd wait for us here after replenishing his supplies. I dare say he'll have finished by now.
Water for hire, best service, at the best price.
Hurry, man. I must leave.
Bloody Crimson Caravan, scooping up all the best customers. Leave some for the rest of us.
I wish to engage the Crimson Caravan services. Where's the proprietress?
She's otherwise engaged at present, my lord. Come back later.
Out of my sight.
You won't find a finer array this side of the strait. Many thanks.
I hear the brothers found another victim. Can you believe it?
I believe it, all right. What's that? The third this month?
Ah, a soldier like yourself could do with hearing this. If ever you see a couple of brothers up in Lateney's Cleft, you just pass them right on by.
And why's that?
Because they're duplicitous bastards who make cutthroats and footpads look like upstanding citizens by comparison. What they do is befriend a passing merchant, someone new to the area, and steer them straight into the arms of bandits. The merchant dead and his murderers busy bickering over the poor bastard's wares. The brothers set to sweet-talking some other unsuspecting fool, a warrior. Now, the brave soul charges into the footpad's den thinking he's doing the realm a favour, and when he's done, the brothers sweep in and loot the bandits and dead merchant both.
Yeah, there's a lazy sort of cunning to it, I suppose. You'd think they'd run out of bandits eventually.
So close to Boglad? Not bloody likely.
I suppose you're right. Anyway, if you run into them, you steer clear. Or better yet, give them a damn good hiding.
I only wish I had. Thanks for the warning.
And the funny thing is, I would have still beat those bandits and everything near that place, even if I chose not to help them. They would have still loot the stuff. So no matter what, you know, they still would end up getting their games. But because now I'm aware of it, because I kind of had my suspicions, definitely. Obviously, the way they were acting, so I kind of had an idea that they were trouble.
our new arrivals had brought any coin with them.
Yeah, you saw that a mile away. The way they were acting was just so suspicious. So, whichever the case, whether I was to help them or not, I suspect that even if I didn't help them, they still would have looted stuff. Oh, just a sec. Be right back. Okay, so I did a little bit of research on because one of the things that was kind of little bugging me about that quest, Get Cart, was whether or not if there's a follow-up quest or anything. And according to many of the experiences of people who've played this, even gone through New Game Plus all over, just to see, try to discover if there's anything. Apparently there is no follow-up quest to that with the brothers there, the Get Cart quest. Unfortunately, yep, there's no follow-up. Apparently. And people were, I guess, here, and I can see people's sentiments in the writings about it. It's like, man, it's like, you had me, even if you declined to help them, even if you didn't do the side quest and you just went to defeat the bandits and moved forward, the two people that I just met in town that told me about them, they're not going to be there. The only way they're going to appear is if you actually complete their the side quest itself. And then after you're done, you go to the cart. They tell you, the guy tells you to piss off everything. That's when you get those two NPCs talking about it. And people have tried to go back to where those brothers were, and you can't find them anywhere. So there's really no follow-up. Nothing. Zip nada. That's what I was looking. I'm like, let me check, because I don't want to be doing New Game Plus like, oh, this is bothering me, or anything. Yeah. Or try to see if there's any or whatnot. See if there was any follow-up. Yeah. That's the only one. That's the only one I wanted to find out. I just wanted to be sure, because I don't want to be here there like, oh, then like is it, and then be disappointed. But even still, now finding out why that, like what happens, it's like, really? You mean to tell me there's no follow-up to that quest? Because I didn't want to go ahead and not find no follow-up, because then I would have been so seriously pissed. I said, you know what? I need to find out if there really is a follow-up. Side quests, I don't really care too much to know whether or not if there's a follow-up. If I care too much, and I can just read up about them anytime. But if it's the main story, I don't read up on it. So I avoided those. But like the side quest, I really wanted to read up on that, because I did not want to go ahead and then find out and then be like, oh, there's no follow-up. So I wanted to find out, so I don't experience the serious disappointment about it. Oh well. Yeah, so I'm not very disappointed. Just a little shocked that they didn't bother to have a follow-up for that. That's crazy. I was one looking to that side quest because it was bothering me. I said, you know what? I want to look into this, man.
All, feast your eyes. Good sir, can I interest you in...
It's a shame, but I'm not too disappointed about it. I've already dealt with a lot of comeuppance in several other quests previously, so I'm not too bothered at this point about that one. That one seems so petty. It's like, well, even if I guess don't get to deal with them, I've already dealt with more serious cases. So that one's a meh.
The Empire's unlawful and illegitimate occupation of the crystalline dominion is still in effect. Only those whose business in Twinside has been officially approved by the Republican Army will be permitted to cross the border. All who seek entry are to form a line and ready their documents for inspection.
It looks like we aren't the only ones who are eager to leave.
And they're checking everyone.
Can't you make an
Not for the likes of you.
We won't get through without that pass. Let's go in and find Good, shall we? He must be around here somewhere.
you got a trader's pass? Remember when half the people coming through here were traders?
Go and bother someone else, will you? I've got my trader's pass and I'll be leaving as soon as I'm able.
Come with me to the Dominion. Life will be different then.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
Oh, good. There you are.
Clive, I'm so sorry. Don't tell Nan, will you?
Slow down, Goots. Just tell us what happened.
It's me trader's pass. It's gone. We cannot ride the caravan without it. We won't even be able to get through the flipping checkpoint.
Do you remember when you last saw it?
It was in my pocket a minute ago. Then a bairn bumped into me and... Yeah. You don't think that they might have nicked it, do you?
It wouldn't surprise me. A busy market like this is prime territory for pickpockets.
So, to get the pass back, we need to find this child. Where would we even start?
I know where! I've got a pal in Bocklad who might be able to help us. No one knows more about what goes on round here than she does.
Where do we find her?
She's the owner of the Crimson Caravans, up that way. Sign's got a red chocobo on it.
No time like the present.
You two go on ahead. I'm gonna check the rest of my stuff, make sure no one else is missing.
All right. We'll meet you there.
Go to the Crimson Caravans and ask for the...
Let's keep an eye out for this red chocobo, then.
And the other on our purses.
Stops next to the checkpoint.
If you're looking for the Crimson Caravans, head out of the canyon and take the first road to your right. But if it's a bowl you're after... No? People only ever want directions.
Out of my sight, wretch! I know you...
Looking to hire a coach? It's 10 million for a two-birder to the Crystalline Dominion. Take it or leave it.
Oh, we're not here for that.
Then I bid you good day.
Wait! Don't go, El! He's me mate!
As I live and breathe. Goots, what are you doing back in Bocklad?
Owner of the Crimson Caravans, a highly esteemed potterage firm in Bocklad. Eloise has a snack for business and a head for figures, which she used to build her business from the ground up into the success it is today. Oh, okay. Bocklad, a busy market town situated on the northeastern coast of Dalmatia, where the Strait of Offa drains slowly into the gaping crater of the Zemeckis Falls, also known as the Thousand Tables. Its street thronged with merchants from across the realm, each loudly hawking their wares to keen-eyed customers intent on finding a bargain. And the gate at the rear of the town leads directly onto the Crystal Road and therefore out of the Republic. As such, it is heavily guarded against unauthorized entry or exit. Most definitely.
I gather Lady Karen didn't send you. So what trouble have you got yourself into this time?
It's me trader's pass. It got stolen. By a little bairn.
Of all the... You're the size of a marble. Honestly. Ugh.
Goots told us that you know the markets well. Might you have an idea which little bairn could have done this?
We don't intend to punish them. We just need our pass back. Then we can be on our way.
I see. So neither of you has a trader's pass either. Not that anyone would take you for traders, but I suppose that's why you came to me, correct? Now, I can't say for sure who took your pass, but I suspect I know why they did it. Let me explain. Ever since the Fist marched on the Dominion, the Republic has been clamping down on any commerce that might aid the Empire more than it does us. Which means traders' passes have gone from being merely a way of easing one's progress to being essential if one wishes to cross the border at all. And with demand outstripping supply, they've become a precious commodity, leading some to seek to acquire them by less than legitimate means.
So the children are stealing passes to sell on the black market?
Yes and no. Passes are inscribed with the names of their owners, and yet none of the victims' names have appeared on the register of those passing through the checkpoint.
Which means?
That someone is doctoring the stolen passes. The same someone who is encouraging the children to steal them. And the same someone who has Goots's pass, no doubt. Whoever they are, they're ruining the livelihoods of honest merchants, which is why we've decided to take a stand. Will you stand with us? You want to get your pass back, and we want to ensure that no more are stolen. Catch whoever's behind it all, and 2 birds shall be slain with a single stone.
Is there any other way of getting to the Crystalline Dominion Goots?
They won't let you in if you're not with the caravan. It's that, I don't know, try swimming across the strait. But the guards will definitely spot you if you try and do that. Like, we don't want to get spotted, right?
So either we find the people who took the pass, or give up all hope of entering the Dominion.
All right. We'll help.
Thank you kindly. But I don't know your name. Eloise at your service.
Clive.
A pleasure doing business with you, Clive. The proprietor of the furniture makers by the coach stop is spearheading the search. Wear that, and he will know you for a friend. I suggest that you speak with him first.
The furniture makers. Understood.
Out of my sight, wretch!
Come on!
Jug of snake spit for the road? The caravan stops next to the checkpoint. Got a trader's pass?
Are you the furniture maker?
Looking for something in particular? Ah, Eloise collared you too, eh? Then I expect you want to know more.
She told me you were leading the hunt for the pickpockets. What have you learned?
For one, that they're targeting the traders carrying the biggest packs. Harder to watch your back, see? And less chance of the mark giving chase if they're spotted. Not that they'd be likely to catch them. Those imps know every inch of this warren like the backs of their hands.
Their eyes must have lit up when they saw Goots.
The fishmonger round by the gate's been trying to track down the children involved. You should go and have a word with her.
Thank you. We will.
Have a word with the fishmonger back there by the gate. She's been looking into who the culprits might be.
You won't find anything of this quality in Twinside.
You should come with me to the Dominion.
Fish for sale! Fresh sorted and smoked! Can I interest you? Ah, sorry. Message from Eloise, is it?
She's asked me to help her. To help you find the pickpockets.
Is that so? Suppose I better tell you what I know, then. For one, this isn't a family operation. All the traders say the children who stole their passes were dirty, dressed in rags. Street urchins, by the sound of it. We get a lot around here.
Orphans from the wars.
A few, perhaps. You saw the refugees gathered by the entranceway? They're all looking for a new start in the Dominion and beyond. Some of them take it as an opportunity to rid themselves of unwanted baggage.
The shame of it.
Whoever's behind this would have to have made themselves known to the children at some point.
And so should we.
You should start with the children around here, then. I doubt they're the ones involved, but they might have heard something.
It's worth a try.
All right, then. Questioning children. How hard can that be?
The little scamps you'll see running around here might be naughty, but I don't see any of them being involved in this. Still, they might have heard something. Can't hurt to ask.
Go and bother someone else, will you? I've got my trader's pass and I'll be leaving as soon.
Come, taste my peaches! They're sweet as nectar!
Excuse me, do you mind if I ask you something?
Can't stop you.
I was just wondering if anyone has asked you to do anything out of the ordinary recently.
Anything you grown-ups ever ask us to do is shut up and go away. So guess what I'm about to tell you to do?
Sorry. I'll leave you alone.
Oh, just leave me alone.
I'll take the large one.
Do you have a moment?
What do you want?
What I want is to know who's asking children like you to pick pockets.
I don't know. Nobody's asked me. What's picking pockets? Do you get paid for it?
No, you get in trouble for it. So if they come calling, you know what to tell them.
I picked a hole in my pocket once. Is that bad too?
Excuse me?
What do you want? I don't have any money. It's all right. We're not going to hurt you. We just want to talk. What about? We've heard that some very bad people are making children like you steal from travelers. We need to know who's behind it so we can stop them.
I don't know much about it, really. But my friend, Honza, he said he got a job doing something dangerous.
Sounds promising.
We need to find him and ask.
Do you know where your friend might be?
He's usually by the tents outside town.
Thank you. You've been very helpful.
He'll probably be by the tents. You won't hurt him, will you?
Come on, come on!
Peaches and pears.
Let me carry your goods. I'm cheap.
This is everything.
She must have meant the refugee camp.
Let's hope he's still nearby.
Daddy, I'm hungry.
That big fat donkey was easy pickings. He wouldn't have noticed if we robbed his boots off him.
Yeah. Wish we hadn't handed over the pass, though. Could use one of those things to get out of this dump.
Chance would be a fine thing. The moment they found out, they'd string us up by our guts.
Would they now? Perhaps you'd like to introduce us to these charming characters.
Shit, we're in trouble now. What do we do?
You two get caught if you want. I'm off.
Got a bad mouth there, little kid.
Hansa, where are you going?
So that was Hansa, eh? Jill, you watch these two. I'm going after him.
All right.
He can't have gone far. I need to find him before his employers do.
Daddy.
Did you see a boy run past? He stole something from a friend of mine.
There was a boy ran back there towards the Chocobo pen, but...
Thank you.
The Chocobo pen's back there. I don't know if it's the same lad who stole from you, but that's where he was headed.
Shit. Cornered.
It's all right, Hansa. I'm not going to hurt you. I just want to ask you some questions.
Fine. Not like I've got a choice.
I'm looking for the people who are making you steal for them. Who are they?
Called themselves the Carstones. They said they'd give me good gill if I did what they told me. I knew they were bad, but bread doesn't come for free. Didn't come at all half the time, before I started buzzing for them. You know, if I didn't do it, they'd just pick on someone else. Someone they could push around easier.
Hansa.
You found him then?
Jill. Where are the other two?
Eloise is watching over them. She sent Goots and I to look for you.
You're... him! I haven't got your pass anymore, if that's what you're after. I gave it to the Carstones. Whatever you do to me, I can't get it back. Not that I go against them anyway. If it weren't for their gill, me and my mates would have starved.
Coward. You will not force another child to do your bidding.
Wait, we're not...
Don't hurt him.
You're making a mistake. We're on the same side.
Like hell we are. That brooch. Where did you get it?
Master Theo.
Goots. What are you doing with these people? Unless you're the ones my sister was talking about.
Your sister? Eloise didn't tell us she had a brother.
And why would she? I'm just a back and a blade. Theodore, at your service. Sorry about before.
Theodore, what do you know of the Cast Stones?
Vultures who have made Boklad their hunting ground. They prey on the desperate, stealing from those with gil and bullying those without it into joining their flock. I'd been looking into their activities in hope of sparing the refugees any further hardship. But it seems they've already stooped even lower than I'd feared. Hansa's a good lad. Don't blame him for what they've made him do. If he and his friends hadn't agreed to work for the Stones, some other poor souls would have. On pain of death, most likely. Clive, was it? And my sisters asked you to help put an end to the pickpocketing. Then we all want the same thing.
I'm sorry.
So, what's the plan?
What else? We find the cast stones and we crush them. You get your trader's pass back, and I make Boklad a safe place again.
All right then.
All right then. Honza, where are they camped? Don't worry. They'll never know you told us.
Couldn't if I wanted to. They always come to town to collect the passes. Meet us outside the gate. I tried following them once, but they spotted me halfway down the trail. Said they'd string me up.
We'll try it this time. Which way were they going?
Back down the road towards Leitney's Cleft.
To Leitney's Cleft, then.
Laney's Cleft is to the south, past the camp.
Okay, so I think this is the part where I go ahead and just end it. I know I have the intermission screen, though it doesn't have a cam. You can still see that. I can still see the chat, still see the gameplay. But once I get a USB hub device, I can then attach to my laptop, and then that'll make it easier for me to have my cam show. But until then, guess I will be seeing y'all again soon. I know I have a stream. I think I set a Thanksgiving stream for Thursday for Persona Strikers. And then I think Friday I'm trying to remember which game I selected for Friday. It's in my schedule thing. I'll double check it again just to be sure. But Thursday and Friday I'll be streaming. I wasn't certain what to stream for Wednesday, so maybe I might not play something tomorrow. If I do, maybe it might be this game again, so I can continue where I left off. So I might play this again. Just to continue. I just got to decide if I want to do it in the morning or if I want to do it in the afternoon. I think it would have to be in the morning, not in the afternoon. Or maybe in the evening. I don't know. I'll think about it. Whatever time I decide, I will play this again tomorrow. Yeah. So I can continue this game. I know it's very, 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 very long of stream. Streaming this one. Takes me back to how many streams. Like, it literally took 20 streams for me to play through all of Persona 5. The original. Not the royal type. The royal kind. I still want to do some visit. But anyway, all I gotta say is God bless you all for coming to the stream. This is EXP. Ending the stream today. The case is over. It's closed. Another case will be open perhaps tomorrow. What time? I don't know. It will be this game again. But I'll decide from there. But other than that, take care, folks. See you later. And have a good one. See you later, Haseo. Peace out. I'm going to go ahead and rest and then get going where I need to go. All right, then. Thanks for watching. Peace.